Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Monday, 26th of December 2022. We are back to Factorio for a day. We don't usually stream on a Monday, so it's a bit out of the regular sequence, but obviously with the season being what it is, things are juggled around a bit. I'm sure we're going to have fun in Factorio on a Monday. All sorts of little bits and pieces to work on, so we'll catch up with where we are and carry on with everything, if I can remember. Hope that everyone who was celebrating something yesterday had a good one. It is Boxing Day here in the UK today, so typically people are off work. Hope you're enjoying that time off if you get it. We're not having time off, of course. We've got a factory to build. Let's take a look then. We just finished up this coal unloading station when we finished the last session, so we need to continue the actual railroad. I think this is the coal patch we're aiming for. We're going to connect that one up. So that's probably number one priority. And I'm still coughing, by the way. Approaching 3 weeks of it, I guess now. It's really starting to bother me. Connect the coal up. Probably after that we need to reconnect the oil. We're going to do refining, cracking, and then we'll look into coal liquefaction around here somewhere, as we've not done that yet, but it should increase our oil yield. And the coal is coming in right here, so it makes sense to do it. Then we've got a main bus to build, which is going to run across and then up the edge here next to the solar farm. So we need to space that out, work out how wide it needs to be, to get all the materials on it, everything like that. We also need to extend this rail line up to connect the stone deposit, because that's currently not coming in at all. And once those steps are done, we're kind of ready to start reconstructing the actual production base of this factory, which will be happening over here, pulling off a main bus. Some distance from that, although we're doing 8 hours today, I would hope that we can get all those little stages done and we'll kind of have the bus in place. We might just about start redoing production at some point towards the end of today's stream, I hope. Fingers crossed. We'll see how it goes, of course. We've got... I did notice just as I was loading in, a couple of the lights that we put here have messed up the unloading station, so I'm just going to fix that. Still well lit without them, so no big deal. Continue to try all sorts of different new medications and stuff to try and stop the coughing, but obviously not working perfectly. Apologies for that. Okay, what are we going to need to grab then? We're going to need to get probably some more rail. Maybe some more signals, definitely some more electric poles. Going to want to grab our drills so that we can actually mine the coal up. Let's have a look then. We've got... we're going to want those cliff explosives. As we've got these cliffs to clear out. It's quite a lot. Let's take quite a lot. And more grenades for the forests that we need to clear out up there as well. Almost 200. Should be enough, I hope. What's going on here? Production of speed 3 modules. I think we're aiming for about 700 of them. We're up to 230. It's not currently running because they're not getting plastic into the red circuit production, because we're no longer feeding coal in because we disconnected the old rail line. So, okay, going to need to reconnect that so that can keep going in the background. Power poles, going to need a lot of them. Lights, we probably need a few more. They're over there. That do. Probably make some, yeah, more signals. Oh, we've got some here. Don't need to make all of them then. And some leftover train stops too. Trills. Grab those locomotives, might as well. Let's grab a whole bunch of rail. That should do us for a while. Although, easier if we just grab everything. We kind of got space in the inventory. We're going to clear out a bunch as we build, so. That's enough of everything. Maybe some more belt would be needed. That's not so much. Stack of undergrounds too, just in case. Those are splitters. Undergrounds are down here then. Yeah, stack inserters will be needed, won't they? It's like one stack per station, so if we're just doing the one, that one's already happy, that should be enough. Should be enough of everything to build all the way out there. Let's head west and get started. So we take that pole away. That grid will change as we build other buildings around here, but that's the basic coverage for a station like we have over here. It's fine. We want to copy kind of this much. We want to copy more than that so that we can space it properly. Hang on. That, and then copy a longer chunk, we can align it. Well, this is generally not in our way for a while. Need to run slower so that we can actually let the robots do the building. Here we go, now we're reaching trees that need blowing out of the way, so let's get the grenades out and sort these out. The robots come back home for a bit. Generally wasn't coughing too bad this morning, so don't know what it is about now that is making me cough, but I'll be helped, I guess. I'll do my best not to cough directly into the microphone. But it's kind of a wide enough clearance for the line. Where we're cutting across, actually, do need to consider that. Whether we are just pulling off a station and running the coal into it, or Are we doing a T-junction up here so that it can run either way? So if we do want to go for the further coal point or anything else that we uncover in this direction, we'll want a T-junction and then a station coming off of there. So in an ideal world, we'll come all the way above these patches, do a T-junction, and then fit the station before that coal patch still, which is going to, yeah, it's awkward if we don't. We're going to have to fill in a lot of whatever's over here, these water patches, odd spots. So we want to clear out all of these cliffs, all of this forest around here, and to the north, and then, yeah, see how things line up a bit. We can bring this rail further north for now still. It's fine. At least up to where the patch of coal is, and then we can connect the bits and pieces up together after we've lined where it's all going to go, I guess. There's about, let's leave it there, and then we'll work out where the two junctions, the station for loading coal at the first spot and the T junction. We want to space them out well so they don't clash with each other. Let's start clearing all these cliffs out of the way first. Of them. I expect I bought enough explosives, but I'm not sure now. Wish I picked up the other couple of stacks we had. It's quite a long run back. Too bad, but quite far. Take these ones out in the north as well, because I expect they're going to be in the way. Some landfill. Don't think I had any spare. No, should have. Didn't really see that on the main map, but there is a random hole in the ground. That's this cliff here should probably come out as well. And that is not a cliff, that's sand. So okay, that's probably enough here. There's still some in the southwest, but let's clear these trees out while we're here. So that forest flattened. That's probably further north and further east than we need to worry about at the moment, so let's head west now and start attacking those bits that are around the actual patch of coal itself. Two cliff explosives here. I am worried now, there are quite a lot of cliffs here. Guess we don't have to clear all of them yet. See where we end up. Bad. Each explosive takes out quite a lot of cliff if you land it in the right spot. I'd like to clear out that bit just to the north there as well. There is this bit here. Quite see. Yeah, looks like we cleared that out okay. Could be okay for now, just that far. prioritise this spur here. Some up here, it's probably not going to affect us. We're going to be cutting across below that. And we probably don't need to clear these out yet, but we will if we continue in that direction, although that's... If we're going to hook that patch up, we would currently be running directly at it, so... Not entirely sure how we're going to do that. If we want to plan ahead, we should put the T-junction in further north, fill in all of this water, clear even more cliffs out, and then come across above this patch. We should probably do that. In which case we will want to clear out that a little bit up there. And some more. I mean, we'll need to come back with landfill, so we can bring the extra cliff explosives then. Things are a bit messier up here than I first noticed on the map. That's okay, we'll clear it all out and work our way through it all. No big deal. I'm not even sure we got enough grenades for this giant forest. Afternoon, Tato. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. You having a good weekend and everything? Surviving. Oh. Is that because it's been really busy time, or too quiet of a time? I know there's quite a few people who are, you know, you get lonely this time of year, but equally there's a lot of people who just get overwhelmed this time of year at the other side, so... It can be difficult in either direction, I guess. Busy season and so much to get done, yeah, that does happen, doesn't it? A lot of industries get busy this time, so people are busy with work if they have to work at this time, and then busy with family as well. And I think in the end, our original plans for yesterday fell through because someone had COVID. That might have been a good thing because it made for a very chilled out, relaxing day instead. Which is welcome. Not big Christmas person myself. It's a lot of stress for not much reason as far as I can tell, but obviously a lot of people do have a good time, and I hope they do. Same for you, yeah, just another day, yeah, just another busy day. I've got some you know, young kids in the family, so seeing pictures of them yesterday's lovely. Really glad that they can enjoy the festivity of the season and everything. It's lovely to see. But I think I have reached that age where I'm no longer enjoy birthdays or Christmas or whatever else is going on. Only difference you had yesterday from regular Sunday was that, yeah, the shops are closed, so you couldn't go. Yeah, you have to change your routine up. I'm glad they were open today, though. God, ran out of medication and stuff for my cough, so I had to rush out this morning to get more. Yesterday, I actually was coughing pretty bad yesterday. Probably wasn't helped by the amount of food I ate. You know, that's what Christmas is for, getting fat and jolly. We are going to run out of grenades. Let's have to take a trip back and grab more of everything. Although we're not actually making more of anything at the moment because we're not bringing the coal in. That could be interesting. I want to get the landfill. I want to put our T-junction further north and run it across above, run the main line above this coal patch. So let's, while we're over here, I'm just going to run and kind of uncover a bit more of the map over here. So we can see if that patch suddenly expands northwards, then we'll want to build even further north. It's a nice simple round patch, okay. So we're going to line the main line up just above the patch here. T-junction will be just kind of where this patch of water is now, so we need to fill that in. And then fit one junction here, which I guess will be to load maybe this patch. We could pull a junction off before the T-junction to load here. Might be best. Unless we create some kind of special double station for loading two patches at once, we could look at that. At the moment we've just got this little loop that does one stop. We can just pull another lane off and have to feed them both. I kind of like that idea. Either way, we need more grenades, we need a bunch of landfill, and we need more cliff explosives, so let's head back and grab all those things. I got... let's chop a couple trees to get some wood. We can fuel a locomotive and get back on the rail. Though we actually still have quite a run to get to the rail, so... should have built a car. Can I handcraft? No, I'm missing the engines to handcraft a car. Never mind. Try to be careful not to drive headfirst into anyone. Stop over here. Okay, so we've got no coal coming in. That means we're not... not craft many grenades. No. What we can from here. Last of the cliff explosives 2. What's the hold up on that? We're not making more because we're not feeding steel in. Get that moving again, although without the coal it's not actually going to do anything. Landfill as well as the other thing we want to grab. That's over here somewhere. As much as we can carry, I guess. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Not got much we can dump though. Maybe some storage tanks. We don't need those yet. Or the pumps and pipes. We can pick those back up when we go to sort the oil out. Some accidentally picked up some random explosives, not cliff ones. Yeah, that's kind of it. Okay. Take what we can. Should be okay to throw a train down here. Because that guy's not moving. Go back to the top. Now we're going a bit further north now. We now know that we're going a bit further north. Okay. The landfill out and start with the tiny little patches that definitely need filling, whatever. Then we need to work out just how far north we need to fill. Kind of depend on... might need to head back actually. I want it to be north of the patch over here. I guess we want to kind of space it based on signal length, like train lengths. So equally spaced signals coming all the way north, and then the T-junction at where that lines up. So we kind of want to head back and start spacing those signals out where they belong. Stop where the latest signal was that we placed. It's quite a way down, I think. It was at this junction, okay. We keep, yeah, we'll run up and space them all up. We need to build them in anyway, so sooner or later. There is that one. Right, no, there. And then the other side is just one above it there. Good. Can I... No, I can't copy paste yet, because that one's on a junction. The next one we can copy paste, I guess. And if I grab all of that with both rows of signals, then it should paste in nicely. Make sure the signals are blue and lined up properly. Let the robots come back in rather than constantly chasing me, I guess. Okay, so we're going to need to go at least one more north. Can't put, like, those signals are there, we can't put the T-junction here. But one more in, that looks closer, so let's just force place that and then fill now. We need to fill at least to here, so let's do that. That might use up all the landfill we've got on hand, and we'll have to go grab more because it takes a lot of landfill to fill in a C. Let's fill that tiny bit there in as well. Random little spots that could trip us up later. We have plenty to fill that whole space in, that's good. We know we need to come north enough to put the T-junction in here. Yeah, that looks kind of like spot on for just going over the top of that coal patch. Have we got a blueprint for this? Yes. Although we're rotating it so it's not going to line up right. Okay. It's fine, we'll just redo the power grid after. We want... I don't think we want those signals lined up with those. We want those signals to be on the exit of it. How is it down here? Yeah, you got the signals just after where the junction ends, so there is where we want to build. And apparently change this for a chain signal. So that requires us to fill in kind of where that little pokey bit is on the right. Just kind of to the top of there. That. Pretty sure we won't have enough landfill to do all this. That needs filling in. We might, well, we certainly will have enough back in those chests. It's just we've run out in the inventory now. So I guess we just head back and grab more. It'd be nice if we could empty out some more of the inventory, which I'm not sure we can. If we get the power grid into place. Which I've just realised is not like that. Needs adjusting because the rotation doesn't put them in the right place. Likewise with the lights, they won't be in the right place either. So we'll have to manually place it out. And that's a bit awkward. We're actually going to want to move the whole junction north a bit. Or south a bit? No, north a bit. So that that rail isn't running straight through a pole. It's all awkward, okay. Can't place those in, so we cannot easily take the power grid over to the coal and empty drills out of my inventory was my thought. Let's just head back and fill our inventory with what we can. With as much landfill as we can, and then come back and sort it out. Well, best not to accidentally crash into any trains. I think we're here safe. $2,700. It'll last us a while. Not sure how long. Might just be enough to fill in that space. kind of nice to be able to zip around on the rail, actually. It's the fastest way around and it's relatively safe. Okay, here we are. Let's continue filling. We may need to fill a little further north in order to fit the power grid in the correct arrangement with this orientation. We shall see. Yeah, we got plenty. Good. Be able to sort this out. But we may run out of grenades and cliff explosives, we'll see. So if we want... These signals allow for a full train below them. We don't want to move them. We don't want the junction to start below them. So that's the furthest south it can go, but that puts it on the poles. That feeds it between that. Okay, so that still clashes at the top. That doesn't. So that's where we really want it, I guess. Those signals are old and not needed. Power poles that have just been placed down or in the wrong place want to be removed. Yeah, we do want to fill further north, so there's a row of poles above. Would be no, another. Let's do another 2 spaces up. That's nicest. Lighting wise, different orientations, but that's a consistent way. Right, so yeah, let's fill to that level all the way across. Should have enough landfill to do that, I hope. Might be a close one. No, we got plenty. Tidy that up a bit then. I want to fill some of this in as well. Hopefully we've got enough for that. That looks fine. That's filled in proper and neat. Signals right. Chain signal on the entrances. Regular signals on the exits. Then break everything up. It's the same as the other. Should there be one on there? Doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference with our length of train, so that's fine. They are all correct. Or good enough. Fill in the missing power poles. Carry the main line on to the west. Don't need to head east at the moment. Might never head east here actually. Depending on how far north our bus ends up going for the production we want to do. I'm expecting it to come a long way north, and therefore we won't try and access the raw materials up there. We shall see. There should be... They're not lined up right. It's better. There should be a radar in the T-junction in order to be consistent. Don't have great radar coverage out here at all, but there we go. That's the, from memory, that's the point. It's like, yeah, where it fits in that offshoot in a square-like manner. Yep, that's right. Okay, let's bring the road out this way. Let's do their job out here. So we'll keep going quite a long way. Up to the second coal patch. Yeah, we've done, yeah, down here we continued the line even though we're not sending it anywhere yet. So yeah, let's line it up with the end of the second coal patch, and then it's ready to shoot onwards if we continue in that distance in the future, that direction in the future. We have reached the forest that we didn't finish clearing though. So that's... I think 62 grenades are going to do the job. Clear what we can and then deal with it. So let these sleepy drones come back in. It's don't know what the priority to clear really is. Don't necessarily actually need to connect up that coal patch yet. We just want to be in the right place to do so. I guess the station is going to be like right here between the two. So we want to clear the forestry around here out. We want to clear it all out really. $40 grenades left. I don't think we are going to make it. Have to get some coal dug up in order to make more. It's not bad. I think that's everything down below that cliff line, so let's start clearing above the cliff line, then we'll blow the cliffs as well. The ones on the patch itself aren't so important if we're not connecting that patch yet, so let's clear the edges first. Just make sure, I don't think we need to clear those. We can chop them if we need to. I think that is actually generally fine now. Use the last 5 grenades on whatever. Get the cliff explosives on these. What we do, I don't think we need to clear those cliffs. We're not going to be building to that edge. Let's fill in as many of these random water patches as we can. main map makes it easier to find any random spots because you get like the whole big blue pixel of it. Sometimes I can't see, especially at night. Sometimes I can't see them. Well, that's all the landfill we had on us. I would like to bring some more next time we come up, just to maybe tidy this edge up a bit, make it prettier. But at least we've cleared out for now what I think we're going to need to put the train station in this spot. Let's take the line a little further to the main line a little further to the west. About, yeah, there, we'll cap it about there. Okay. We need to put signals onto this line now so that we can get the distancing for where we're going to put the junction that pulls into the station. So it's going to be pretty much exactly the same. We're just going to add a parallel train stop to the other one, I guess. Or we could... My thought was just adding an extra corner with a train stop to the left. But we could have a second pull off here. We kind of do, if we're going to have two trains. It depends on whether we use 3 trains or 4 trains. So 1 in each station and 1 waiting, or 1 in each station and 1 waiting for each station, which I might prefer. Yeah, we'll look at that. 4 trains instead. Then being 2 trains per patch, which is kind of the number we're working to. Okay. This one should be there, which makes that one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. And that, so now we can copy, line the signals up. Try not to run too fast or the bots will get upset. If we're doing a double station, I guess I didn't bring enough stack inserters to do that. We're going to have to remember to bring them back. Some more landfill. Let's take the cap on the road to the next signals. So this is the blueprint. It's going to be a right mess when you rotate it. It'll be a bit of a mess when you rotate it. You can actually line the power poles up, that's pretty good. Very good actually. Looking at it now, that's still quite a distance away from the other one. That's okay, we'll work that out. So what do we want? We want those signals on the top right of the blueprint to line up like that, for example. And that also lines up with the power poles. It's a could just stick that there. If we want to go further to the right, so I've got more space on the between the rail and the patch on the left, we'd need to go all the way to the next signal, which also lines up with the power poles. That's interesting. It's kind of like more central to the other patch of coal, so I'm going to put that there. Yeah, I think that's better. We need to take a couple of these poles out of the way, preventing the rail from coming through. And we're going to need 2 decider combinators and a bunch of green wire. The lights are going to be, yeah, totally wrong because of the rotation. Sort them out as and then we've got those, yeah, the signals on the left need sorting out. Do those in a second. These lights are going to be in the wrong spot. Once we dig them up, it makes it harder to see what I'm doing. I think that might be all of them. Could be. Okay. I'm going to need a radar. I don't think we got one in pocket. We need radars kind of in the middle of the tracks in some places, I guess, to have full coverage. Also missing the radars in the solar farms. Got to put them in as we were expanding it last time. This is going to be called coal. Yeah, I don't know, is this north or do we call it west? West. We just have east and west till we need something different. These placed out, and then we'll work out where the lights are supposed to go. We're running out of electric poles as well. We're going to need a trip home shortly. It should be here. Yeah, on every post. Which means we might want to dig those posts out. No real need for them. Should be fine. I think it's like the other station. There's no lights in the middle. It's still illuminated enough from these ones. I hope. Here I think we want a whole extra row for the sake of illumination. Is uncovering things around here, which is good. We may need to find extra iron sources and stuff like that quite soon, relatively soon. Possibly not today, but depends how far we get into rebuilding the actual production lines. Okay, is that no? There should be a light there. I think that's all the lights. Looks like it. Okay, so we need to sort the signals out up here. We've got I guess those are the ones I spaced out, and then this is the one that the blueprint put in. That's not right either. Neither of them are the right distance. Oh, that one on that side is the right distance, so this is intentionally short, I guess. How does that work on the other direction? This one is intentionally short. Fine, I guess we'll just keep it the same. No right or wrong. It means these are though the ones that I placed down, therefore in the wrong place. Space those out again. Probably cut this line shorter rather than sending it further. Use the shortcut Alt D for deconstruction. Go, all torn up, robots back in bed, and let's... So that line's good, that station's good, so now we need to look at doubling up on this station. So I guess for me, I don't want to come off the main line twice. I'd like to, if we can, split off of this junction. We can if we take that pole away as well. No particular harm in it. Yeah, that's fine. But this line's going to come further up. Send these underground. It's not ideal spacing. That's based on being central in the power grid, whereas being central to the rail, I'd put them there. Or we could move the balancer forward. Take a look at that. Then we can send this central to the power grid, but not immediately adjacent to the rail, so that's preferred. And then to grab a balancer. It's central in that gap. That's good. that patch on the left will feed in here, and this is going to come further to the south for this patch to feed into. Just kind of want to put the power grid into place and line the station up the same as the other one is within that. There would be the first alignment, but that's not going to turn the corner. So there is the next available one, which is quite a distance. But that's fine because we're trying to get closer to that coal patch, so fine with me. Line those rails up. This edge. Rejoin there. So on the outbound, only one train can wait. Is that? That's not ideal. Doesn't particularly matter. Only if it blocks the station at the top. So if the distance from that signal to the station at the top is long enough, which it is, then the train can pull out and wait here. What about waiting there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. So there'll be a signal there. There should be a signal. We need a signal in front of the stations to separate the two out from each other at the front. And then we want a signal at the back here, doing the same as that signal. Then a signal well, train's length away, but you're not going to fit two, so it might as well be at the back of this section. That's behaving in a similar fashion to that one, allowing the single waiting train on the left side, single train in the station, and then two trains can wait on the output. So unless the bottom station releases first, waits on the front spur, then the second station can't release. That's not ideal. It's unlikely to be an issue, depending on how much traffic increases in the future, but honestly I don't think we're going to tap much more to the north than these two spots we're looking at now, so it's unlikely to be an issue, but I would prefer that the two trains wait not near the stations, in which case instead of rejoining there we want to send the other station out to a different waiting point, which will be depend on how we can join it to this junction. It might involve moving this junction to the east, which we can't really do because of the spacing to the next signal. We'd rather move the whole lot, all the other bit of this junction to the west. We can't pull that around any tighter, so the only option is I can't pull that tighter, I can't pull this tighter, so you need to split off in this direction here. Like so. Which doesn't work. Might do. There is a bit more space there than I thought. That signal needs to move back to here and here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but it goes around the corner, so they wouldn't be working. Wouldn't be waiting on the straight unless we take that even further. 2, 3, 4, 5, and that would also be waiting on the corner. I do not like that. that at all. There they wait on the straight. The only other way, yeah, is to move this junction to the east. Actually, they're crossing themselves. Didn't we do something different? We did something different here. The inbound train. Yeah, no, I think that's inevitable. The inbound train cuts off an outbound train. Inbound train cuts off an outbound train, yeah. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be. Inbound will cut off the outbound, yeah. We could have these guys rejoin at the next signal. It's possible. Not ideal. I mean, if we maintain the diagonal, then it'll be a long way over to the east, which would just look a bit silly, really. If we came vertical instead, then we're not quite in the right place for it at all. We want to be there instead, which involves a bit of a manoeuvre over here. Sharing a bit of line there, which no. I think the answer is accepting the way that it was in the first place. Sharing the outbound and acknowledging that it's not really going to be an issue often, if at all. They'll join there and then only have an issue if the southern station releases a train and it has to wait, and the northern station wants to release one but can't. I mean, it'll be waiting seconds for things to clear up and for the outbound train to get moving again, so it's not not likely to be a real problem. So we will accept that. Just need to look at signalling here. Got a chain signal at the end here, so they don't go into the junction unless they can get out of it. We've got a block there, which is fine. Blocks there, which is good. It's really only whether we should have chain signals back here, so probably. If the train can't leave this corner, then whether it waits at that signal or waits in the station is kind of irrelevant. It doesn't release the train behind it. It just would then block that junction as well, so that might as well be chain. And this one, if that station, if that signal is red, we want that one to move up. So no, that should be a regular signal. Fine, that's all good. So the rail there is fine. We just need to fill in power. The lights and the actual loading on the southern station. Don't think we need a second radar at the southern station. The one there should do the job fine. We've run out of power poles, so we're going to have to go back and get more of them. Did kind of want to get this all connected. That coal would flow in and make grenades before we go back. But it's not going to happen without power poles because we need to power the drills. There's power and lights. There's the loading stuff. Might load from the other direction. Because we're going to pull probably north off of the patch. Combine. If we combine them rightwards, we can feed in from the other side here. If we combine leftwards, we've used more belt. Yeah, that's probably going to feed from the other direction. Let's take the balancer and put it this side. Can we actually? It doesn't involve any rail items. Rotate it and flip it. Flip it, then rotate it. There. That looks right. Yeah, we'll feed this one in here instead. We're also short of steel chests and stack inserters. Okay. Power poles. Few lights. Stack inserters, steel chests. Grenades. Don't think we can do. Landfill. I'm going to forget all that. We've got the bits to do the circuit work here, so let's do that. Lest we forget. So that signal needs to... Ooh, ideally it'd go onto the pole next to it. That's not very neat, but there we go. Because the way that that looks, it's like when a train comes through, you'd expect it to drive straight through that wire and break it. But we can't put the pole in next to it unless we do one off centre. Which I kind of prefer. Even though that puts a pole off centre on the grid, which is not ideal, it does put the wire out of reach like it should be, so I kind of prefer that. Done that wrong. That one needs to go into the decider and then a separate one out of the decider. The way along. Over at the station and into the station. Station should be centre train, that's right. The decider should be if you get A, give check. And that signal should output A on red or yellow. That's all correct. This one needs to do pretty much the same thing over here. We can configure that actually, can't we? Make that A output. If you get an A, output a tick. This wire is going to carry that tick to the other train station. Who would you build those ones first, robots? Build the ones I want. There we go. That one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Thank you. Green wires. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Should be sending to train, so that one should also work. They should work independently. I've not crossed the green wires anywhere, so if the internal line goes yellow, it won't kick out the train at the southern station. They are, yeah, they're independent of each other. That'll be fine. These ghosts put back in. Okay, that's actually like rail stuff done, sorted. We can head back and pick up all those bits and pieces that I've already forgotten that we need. Don't need cliff explosives anymore. Can go put them back in their chest. I think we're going to find any grenades there. We just have to wait until next time. Yeah, cliff explosives in there. I don't think you can throw explosives, can you? No. Fine. Power poles are just here. Puncture them. Go up to where the lights are. There they are. Grab a few stacks of them. Really want to get this moving again. We need to get that coal in and then temporarily connected. Might need more drills than that, not sure actually. That ought to be enough for both patches. But we can only do one patch at the moment because of the lack of grenades. Okay, landfill I also wanted just to tidy that edge up, didn't I? There was something else that I haven't grabbed yet that we wanted. Don't see anything there. We might as well take those drills out of this box. Thing jumps out as something that we need. Not going to need all that landfill. That's probably more than we need. We'll use that up. Poles, drills, lights. Poles, drills, lights. Grenades we can't do. Hopefully that's everything. If we're building with a plan of having 4 trains, we need 5 more locomotives. Steel boxes and stack inserters. Brainwave. Where are stack inserters? There they are. One stack should do it, I think. Yeah, because it's just a few on that second station that need it. Then just like steel, we've got that in a box somewhere randomly. Yep. Make a bunch of chests and 5 locomotives. So that'll be 8, that's enough for 2 trains, and then so 4 trains with 4 cargo wagons each. It's 16. So that's 8. We need another 8. Need iron for that. There we go. That should be enough to make the trains as well. I reckon that'll do it. No, I reckon we need more belt than that actually. Maybe some more splitters. Let's not carry so much steel around. Grab some more belt. And another stack of splitters. Good. Can we combine bits of coal there just to make 1 grenade? Probably not worth the time. I think that's it for now. I think we head back up to that coal spot. Fill in the missing power poles and chests and inserters. Bring the power grid south, probably here where the belts are running. Cover this coal patch with them. That's the right spot. Yeah, looks like it. We'll just about do it. Might need to make sure it's on the right there, but we can look at that in a minute when we get the actual machines over there. Machines go. The one touching the pole faces right. Gonna have an edge here that's not very well balanced. That's fine. Copy that lot over. Yes. No, because of the light. There we go. Lights. That's correct. And there. And then up as well. Down, I guess, as well. Few machines at the bottom will fit. There we go. There's all the machines. Lights and power. Some of them won't last long, so there is, yeah, still a bit on the far right edge here that we should connect up. Yep, okay, get the belts into place. It's different to the last ones. I think all of the last patches we've done have been 7 belts come out of them. This is going to be more, I think. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. In some ways that makes it easier with a even number. Still don't think we particularly have any risk of filling a blue belt ever, so I think we just combine 2s that are next to each other together. So those 2 all come together. These 2, it's a little bit more awkward than I want because I want them to come down here like that. I'll move this one over one. Go there. Find them there. Those can combine there, that's fine. Like that. Oh, there is... okay. Weird little patch just here. Do we want to put machines on that? Probably best to do so. Change things a little bit. Those belts are going to come further north. These ones too, but we can combine these down here. Let's do so. Combine these here, I guess. There we go, they're not flowing, missed a bit there, never mind. Connect these up. So that patch is being mined fully. It's just within the radar coverage, nice. That will load there fine. Second patch is not connected yet. We need to bring grenades over, I guess. I mean, I could just chop these trees down and do it. I mean, while we're here, have I got enough of... Probably have enough of everything else, so let's go ahead. Get chopping. There's not many trees here, we'll be done soon. Something looks off about the lighting on my webcam today. Just out the corner of my eye in the preview, it's really bothering me. I just, I think I've forgotten to click a button or something. Oh, I have. That looks much brighter. Yeah, that's better. Or, I don't know about better, I'm no expert. That's how I usually have it. Yeah, that bothers me less when I look over there. I'm sure nobody else even noticed, but there you go. Freezer chopped. Could connect the power at the north, but I think I'd rather do similar to what we've just done and run it over where this belt is. Similar to the other patch in how that all lines up. One more row for that little bit that sticks out the top, and one more row down this left hand side as well. Got enough poles, got enough lights, should be able to do it fine. Machines should have enough of them as well. More, I can do a copy paste, I think. Getting the poles lined up when you do the paste, that means you kind of have to place quite a few out before you can do the copy in the first place. Let's try taking that much. Should be right, and then we can place that and then cancel those poles. That gets machines, just need to do the top here. Oh, we don't have enough machines, okay. Short by about 8. We'll need to go back and get them at some point, I guess, but we can connect it all up now and come back in a while with those. I want to run that straight into that line there. Maybe, maybe not. Possibly not, they might need to go into splitter. Oh, run out of belt as well. Okay, we will need to come back before we can connect all of this up. No big deal. The ghosts put in anyway, and lots will finish it off when we run back over later. That one I think we can run straight into the side there. Yeah, that'll probably be fine. What have we got at the bottom here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah. We'll combine central, so those and those. And then yeah, they need to come past and then back on themselves. Okay, so let's turn them round. There. It's not... it's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. That one can merge there. Like that. That's fine. Could put another row of poles in. Yeah, we should. As there will be some lighting on some of them. This way round. Okay, so more blue belts, more mining machines are needed to finish the second patch of coal off, which is almost certainly overkill, but there we go. And Phil, I thought while we're over here, let's sort this out. Maybe these holes in the northwest as well. Just kind of want to use up what we brought with us. Don't really want to bring it back. Although I don't really have anywhere more to use it, that's kind of all neat and tidy now. Could tidy this up and make it a bit more smooth of an edge. Let's head up there and do that, why not? Why don't we set the trains running as well, because everything's ready for them, other than there's no coal at this stop, but that's fine. Just have to be careful about running across the tracks once we've got these guys moving. Be extra careful about running across the tracks. And I'm not sure we set up a fueling point at the other end yet. Yeah. So the instructions are, first of all, let's change the colours. We want all black. Your instruction here. We want, ooh, that's a good point. I'm going to call it Coal West 2. Could give them the same name and have the trains do the sensible thing, but we kind of want to evenly spread the trains between the two potential spots, so we will call that Coal West 2. This train is going to go to Coal West 2 and wait until the circuit network gives you a tick. Then you go to coal unloading until you're empty. Off you go. Recolour this guy. You go to Coal West 1 till the circuit kicks you out. Then you go unload until empty. And I guess the next trains I want to kind of send them in to get it moving rather than placing them in the waiting bay already. Recolour these as I walk past, but we'll get the front one moving before we try and get the back one moving, just in case it drives straight into it. Okay, so this guy, let's give him Coal West 1 till get the signal, and then coal unloading till empty. You need a bit of fuel. There we go. That should make him move, which it did not. Interesting. We'll go look at why that is in a minute. That's Coal West 1. This guy's going to Coal West 2 until circuit picks them away, and then unload. You should go around and kick him out. He did kick him out, okay. This guy's not moving, why not? You are receiving a tick signal. And this has told you to leave. Ah, because I didn't switch him on. That'll be why. Okay, so they're moving, so be careful on the tracks. Clear at the moment, we're running over. There we go. Smooth this fill in really. So it's straight. I like straight lines, but they look a bit silly on the edge of a big lake. Run out of landfill and giving ourselves a tiny little dot of water. Never mind. Okay, can I hop in that train? No, didn't press it fast enough. Slow run back home then. We need to pick up more blue belt, more mining machines, and go finish off that patch. Also want to set up a refueling point at the coal unloading station, and connect the coal up to the temporary machines we've got running, making bits and pieces. This line over here. We're going to need belt to do that, so let's go grab belt and mining machines first. Mining machines are up the top somewhere, I think. There. That'll do for now. Probably way more belt than we need, but better safe than sorry. Almost certainly overkill to have that much coal connected up anyway, but oh well, no big deal. Okay, so what we want to do here, I guess, is balance these 4 up and then pull a line back. Or guess we actually want to balance it after we pull it off. Balance it before and then pull, or balance after. It's a little complicated. Balance before, I think. Just means the 4 lines that we run in be at maximum. Then they never will if we're pulling some off. So we let's do a balancer here. And then pull off by doing finish the balancing. Is that right? Yeah. Then do the cascade, and you tell them all to prioritize output right. You're left with the outside lane will be drained a little bit, and if you pull off like this every time with output priority to the right, then eventually your outside lane becomes empty. This one we pulled off, it can turn straight away and head back. And then let's go up there. It's going to fuel those guys. We should put a chest for a little like buffer of it, but just a little one. That will do the job. I don't really know how the oil processing that we're putting here is going to be laid out, so or where we're going to need the coal or anything. We know we need to put coal into the main bus for use in various things. We either run it up this edge and it could be in the middle of whatever's going on. So I think we run it all the way over to this road and then north. A little bit further before I can copy. Should be able to copy that and then take it over. Turn it northwards here. As well, I'll take it all the way up. That will do for now, till we reorganise whatever's going on, but we do want to actually connect this up to a couple places, don't we? Looks like it's all configured okay. We just need to plug it into the top there, which isn't the best spot, but there we go. Don't see any neat way of doing it. We'll just run a big long line over there. But we should... well, we're not going to need that much here. Let's just run whatever line. Tidy this up on the way. To set that concrete production up somewhere else before we make any more. Yeah, there's none in storage or anything, that's fine. We've got a lot of concreting to do, but there's no rush. Go, that'll get everything moving again while we're playing with other stuff. Once we fill in all the gaps here. Do we have enough? Might need to go grab some more belt before we head back to finish off that mining post. As we have used a lot down here. A few more missing bits down there, and yeah, that's probably enough. We'll head back up there and deal with it. Riding this train if we're quick. There we go. Be nice if it had kicked me out on the safe side of the track, but never mind. Train has run out of fuel. It's interesting, as it was just in the spot where it should have got refueled. Keep an eye on it when we get back to the base and make sure that they are being fueled how they should be. Should be facing that way. That's going to be fine connecting like that without the splitter to join them, just jumping in. There's not that many machines here compared to how much a blue belt can take, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Is that all connected? Yes. No. Robot's not building that. No error messages, so I should have built everything now. That line isn't really moving because there's one missing here. Just behaving funny. Just decided they didn't want to do any building for a while. Okay. That appears to be flowing now, so it just needs to get loading and backlog should clear out. Everything should be, running at full speed. That's all good. It's all good. Let's catch a ride back to base. But that's not going to happen because that's going to sit there until empty, which is going to take forever. We will be faster off running, I think. Square off the power grid here. Quite look right looking at that. That is not covered by radar. I would like it to be. Should I join them with power? No, that could be like that. That's fine. And that's fine like that. Put the radar up by the rail line, I think. This top corner. That'll do, I'm sure. We'll join this up because it's only one pole away. Makes it a bit tidier. Good. Okay, that's 2 coal outposts connected and set up and loading and moving and coming back to base, so we can use them now. They are temporarily plugged in to make the speed modules and grenades with explosives, that chain that we've left temporarily running. So we can allow that to keep going. This will be why my robots were behaving weird. A bunch of them got orphaned. It's better, they're all home. Yeah, all 50 are home, good. So our next project to work on is getting the oil processing back up and running. And the cracking and looking at how liquefaction works and everything like that, so that's next. Can I cross the line? Looks like it's good. That's plugged in, but it's not making plastic. What's going on there? Is it run out of petrol? Probably. Yeah. Yep, fine. So just the coal kicked it in. It used up the last of the petrol. Need to sort out the oil processing to get that back up and running again to make more speed modules. That's fine. Let's need to go recover all the pieces to do that wherever we put them. Probably would have been sensible to take a screenshot of how we had it before. I don't think I did, so I have to work out all the ratios again unless I just open an old VOD and take a picture of how many of each building we're supposed to have. Well, we don't need the rail stuff we're carrying, so why don't we put that away in one of these ones. So don't need rail, train stops, signals. Don't need the drills either, put them in with the other random machines. Don't need old inserters and yellow belts and stuff like that. Get all that. Do need pipes, pumps, storage tanks. Long-handled inserters wouldn't hurt. Pump jacks are left on, so we don't need those. Offshore pumps might be needed. Don't need the rocket silo yet, don't need beacons. More pumps, maybe. Another tank, we'll take it. Oil refineries, chemical plants definitely do need. Let's put those signals with the other ones before I tidy them up a bit.
Oh my god, we're doomed!
El Whito, hello again. Thank you very much for raiding in. Whito and 5 raiders, lovely to see you again. Hope you're well, hope you've had a good weekend, hope everyone's doing good. Are we winning? We're progressing gradually, we're getting there. It's a slow game, isn't it? We're doing well. How's your factory coming on? Were you? Oh, you were Minecrafting this time. Oh, cool, cool. Sounds like fun. We've got a little bit of maths to do now, but I think we'll be okay from memory. We're playing a mod pack on Minecraft. Oh, you finished the 4,000 science a minute. Ah, cool, cool. Very good. You didn't feel like keeping going and making it 8,000 then? Wanted to do more, but... Oh, yeah, fine. You just, yeah, couldn't. Makes sense. What, which mod pack are you playing then? Is it, I guess I haven't really heard of many Minecraft mod packs either, to be fair. You need a better mod. Yeah, if you've got like a, yeah, anything that's not really well put together, it does chunk up, doesn't it? Galactic Science. Never heard of it, but cool. Chemistry and stuff. It's all fun. Escape from the moon, that sounds cool. Building rockets and stuff, I guess, and you have to like produce oxygen and control sealed environments and that kind of stuff. But no, there's a lot, I mean, a hell of a lot of mods for Minecraft, obviously. Most of the packs are very interesting, although I suppose it is similar to Factorio. Some of them that I've looked at before have been like way too confusing for me. What's wrong with my perfectly square power grid? Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take those 3 pump jacks down the south here, pump them under the rail here. Let me not get run over while I jump over here. Oh, that's annoying. That power pole wants to be right in the middle of that pump jack. Let's... can we get a substation to... That will do the job. Yeah, I'm happy enough with that. Right, storage tanks. Let's get a storage of crude oil on this side. Ideally, I'll pump each of these in. You'll be lurking. No worries, Whitey. Thank you very much for stopping by again. Really nice to see you. Thank you very much. That one can pump into that side. Pump that one into the top of there. This one into this corner, I guess. And it spreads out. They're going into a different storage tank each. They won't have any throughput issues. And then we'll pull out off of different tanks as well. Ideally, I guess it would be these two on the right. Maybe. We'll just do the middle ones because that's neat. Pump out and under the rail. And check it's safe to cross before I run back over. It's fine. Okay, and then we need... I believe there were 14 refineries in the box because 14 refineries is the correct number, so... Let's make 14 refineries. Just along this bottom edge, I guess, is the way to do it. Why not? We'll leave a little gap so we can move the oil around and then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 that side, and we'll do 7 the other way. They should be doing advanced oil processing. Ah, yeah, we need to bring water up to do that, don't we? Yeah, that's fine. Missing some random poles over here, okay. Okay, so let's get all these connectors lined up. Okay, then we just need to plug the oil into that. Isn't particularly well lit. Get some in down here as well, or off the substation, maybe like that. That's fine. Ideally, we'd have a light there, so let's move that. No. Substation's in the way of inputting into the middle there. Substation wants to move right one so that cable's a little straighter. Should free us up to put that there. Yeah, that's fine. If we come from any different angle, can we line up No. Doesn't matter how we do it, we're not going to line up with the inputs there. These, let's use a storage tank to do something. We'll kind of do that, and then... no, not. No, I don't really want... Got the storage tanks that end, we just want to pump them into the pipe work. I guess we just do it like so. Little wiggle wiggle and in it goes. Let's keep that above ground. How is the pressure? Yeah, it's fine all the way to the end. 99.9, so that's fine. Just whether to disconnect that so that it's not, yeah, not pumping in both directions, and that pump is pumping to that end and this pump is going to this end. Not sure if it does make any difference, but in-game, but logically I think it's best to do so. Okay, let's line the pipes up for the water. Which we want to be... Should be possible to do it that close, shouldn't it, with these distances? As long as it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't clash with any of them, so that's fine. Probably okay to like bring the water in at one end and push it all the way down, rather than, I mean, you can do it, could do it in the middle like the oil is, but a pump at the top of the line would be fine. Like if we pumped it in here, so let's try that. I have a pump, then a storage tank, a couple of storage tanks maybe, to fill with water there. Then we'll bring the water in on that input. Mains aren't really moving, which is good, because we're not really doing much with the resources now, I suppose. Need an offshore pump there. I'd like to run this row of lights down as well, so we can see it. There we go. Rail still looks safe. Okay, so water is going in there. Oil is coming in from here. Everything's being processed. Good. So now we want to join them up. I think before we did it with a bit of distance, like so we can fit a like a storage tank or something. Don't know. The way they are, I'd kind of like to bring heavy oil down to the left, and we'll do cracking here. Of the no, heavy oil wants to be turned into lubricant. If the lubricant, we want to like do the proper logic to it, so put it into lubricant production. If the lubricant storage reaches a top level capacity, then crack it into light oil. So we want a row of machines making lubricant and then a row of machines that crack. Guess we kind of want lubricant to happen on the right hand side. Let's get all the outputs put together. Doesn't really matter, I suppose, actually. We want to kind of use the space we've got. Let's bring heavy oil to the left hand side and make lubricant at the top end there. No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think the spacing is okay to do it the same at the front as we did at the back. I don't think that's how we did do it before, but I believe it is fine to do so. Sure this is even necessary. Maybe we should be doing the minimum amount of oil production and the maximum amount of coal liquefaction. Turns heavy oil into heavy oil, light oil. Okay, that's different to what I thought. I was expecting it to be petrol. Okay. So we want to do heavy oil into coal liquefaction before into lubricant. How much coal liquefaction do we want to do? What? Is all I can think. I don't know. Coal and steam to create more heavy oil. The light oil and the petrol from that just go off and join the light oil and petrol wherever they are, in the light oil cracking and then in final storage. Then the output from the output heavy oil from the coal liquefaction, you still want to feed into coal liquefaction again. Kind of want to feed the heavy oil into coal liquefaction, and then when heavy oil storage reaches a certain point, release it into lubricant. Unless lubricant is full, then release it into cracking down to light. So over here is not a great spot to do it. I don't know, I guess I was imagining it being up here and it being able to extend it north to an infinite degree. Given that we just don't know how much we're going to want, and ideally we want an infinite amount, an infinite potential amount. We can still do that. We're breaking these three things down here. We can then just pump them up to storage up the north here. Just a kind of wasted amount of space around here that could have been used to do cracking of some kind. We could still crack all the light oil that's here, but we're going to be cracking more light oil to the north unless we pump things up and down. So pump the heavy oil up to a row of liquefaction that happens up here, and then the output light oil is pumped back down for cracking down here. Just fit as much liquefaction as we can in this space, and that's the amount that we do. So advanced oil processing gives 25 heavy oil each time. Liquefaction takes that exact output. Output's 90 heavy oil. Is being cracked into about 30 light. It's 40-50 petroleum-ish in the time frame. Against the 50 petroleum coming out in the first place, so each liquefaction is kind of doubling the petrol that comes out. If you crack everything a little over double. Very rough numbers. It's just that not knowing, because you can feed the output of the liquefaction back into itself. We can have an unlimited amount. Steam and coal aren't difficult to provide. Coal is right here and the steam is just pumping water into a boiler with this coal. I guess it's just about like picking an arbitrary amount of times to do it. We want to do it at least 14 times, one per oil refinery doing advanced oil refining. We've got space here to do it maybe twice, like in this area, and then we could do cracking up the side here. Lubricant up in this corner maybe. Yeah, I think I'm going to make 28 oil refineries, and that's what we're going to do liquefaction in, and hopefully that's enough. If it's not, I guess we come back and redo that. It's only a small bit of stuff in a small part of the factory, so it's not the end of the world. So if I want to make 28 refineries, I'm going to need almost 300 brick. Did I store that safe anywhere? Don't think I did. Is there a whole bunch? Yeah, a whole bunch sat on a belt here. Let's grab all that. That'll do. What else do we need? Everything copper, green circuits, gear wheels, steel, pipe. So here's steel, gear wheels. Green circuits, let's grab them somewhere. No, 28 refineries, let's get them built. Also going to need boilers to make the steam. Wonder if we got a bunch of them kept safe somewhere. Yes, 10 of them. That's probably not enough, don't know. Recipe calls for 50 steam every 5 seconds. 10 steam per second. 10 steam per second. Can I see? Generates 60 steam per second. So if we're doing 280 per second, we need 5 boilers running. That's not very many at all. No problem. Let's finish joining these outputs together, as we want to pull the light oil and petrol out of the way. Move heavy oil to the left and the others up to the right. There's heavy oil joined up at the bottom there, so run these lines and put a few tanks in at the top for these. Do need to also think about making rocket fuel, because we're going to want regular rocket flights heading out. Which I guess would be... I mean, we can do it with petrol, can't we? Let's just solid fuel plus light oil. So no, we need light oil to do it with. In which case you might as well make the solid fuel out of light oil as well. Can't see there being... Takes less light oil than anything else to make it too. So okay, we'll need a system by which it creates solid fuel and rocket fuel and then takes any excess and cracks it into petrol. Don't think we're going to get the numbers balanced exactly, because a surplus of petrol is, I guess, the issue. We're not consuming that into plastic and explosives fast enough. We could still get a lockup. Ideally, what I want is a system of circuit networks that make decisions so that we never get the oil system locking up and stopping like we've had in the past. For example, when the petrol wasn't moving fast enough, so the lubricant stopped being created. So that can be one of them. Let's... I'm going to put the other in here would be ideal, but can we get the input underneath and through? Not really. Let's put it back one. That'll be possible then. Light oil can come into there. Petrol can go into there. Okay. Petrol, light oil, and why don't we temporarily reconnect petrol to our temporary plastic production so we can keep making speed modules while we mess around with other things. Where are we going? Left here a little bit. All the way over there, yeah, I can see the pole, the pipe that I'm trying to connect to. I think. It's fine, it's a bit weak there. Find a point where it's a little stronger. Interesting. Weak everywhere. I'm going to put a random pump in the middle and hope that it does something. It's not important, it's only a temporary put together to keep making speed 3 modules because they take so long. We just want it ticking away in the background while I'm fiddling around with other systems. Oh, it's just low pressure because we've not got much petrol coming out at the moment. That's fine. Okay, we've made the refineries we need. We need enough space to get the inputs in, so is that far enough? Heavy oil in one side, steam in the other. Yeah, should be fine. We'll make steam up on this edge here. And then we're already pumping water on that edge. We'll change that around in a second. This distance is fine. So that's okay with me. Also need another row facing the other way, I guess. Is that too close if we've got... yes, that will be too close because we can't get the petrol and the heavy oil out without... We don't have an option of flipping where the outputs are, so We need to go one block back to have enough space for that. Does that leave us... Yeah, there's plenty of space at the back here to get our inputs in. That's fine. Let's get the recipe set on all the machines. And yeah, I will move water to the other. Although, then the water won't be coming in a straight line. It doesn't matter. Oh, hello. Train out of fuel. That's not supposed to happen. We need to go deal with that. I'm just gonna pump in a second load of water. Not overthink it. Offshore pump on the end. Oh, we don't need that much, I guess. Let's do it like that. There, that's the water that we're going to turn into steam to use into the coal liquefaction recipe. So this has got coal in, that's got coal running, these have got full fuel. Why wasn't the other guy fueled up when he got here? Don't know. Maybe he'll tell us if we go talk to him. Really should have crafted that car. Keep forgetting. I don't particularly like driving in the car, but a journey like this is really kind of silly to do on foot. Guess I could have driven another train up. Crashed into the back of a stuck one. We're almost there. Just didn't have any fuel in. Hopefully filling him with coal is enough for him to reach the refueling point. Oh, I guess if they were kind of still kick-starting the system and he was empty, because this one wasn't running for a while, so he could have been going back and forth empty and therefore not stopping long enough at the refueling point to get refueled. Maybe. I also wish I'd jumped into him before giving him the fuel, because then we wouldn't be running back. But there you go. We get to enjoy our thrilling straight railroad as we run back. Here we are. This guy about to move, or no, he's going to be there a while. We can run. Good. Right, so we need to have a belted input of coal and that comes into the refineries for the liquefaction and goes into the boilers to make steam. Let's line up the outputs first. So that one's going to be like that, and that one like that. So we can't belt down and belt down the front. There. I guess. Or you can belt down the back, I guess. Doesn't really make a difference because either way I need to run two belts. Like I can't have a shared belt for both edges at that distance. Could move them slightly closer. Could, like, move them all up one space. Doesn't seem important. Just run two belts, I think. Probably behind. Is there any way of getting this petrol output and that petrol output combined together other than at the end of the run? I mean, like here. I don't think so. We can combine them together. I'm not sure there's much point, but we can. Send the petrol under and combine, but then you can't. I think that would make one hell of a mess and isn't worth it. So we'll just combine them at the ends. It's probably going to take more pipe than I've got on hand, but do the same on the inputs as well. Need to again, we need to send, or I want to send, heavy oil to the west and the others to the east. Because even we're feeding in enough heavy oil from refining to do just one of these sides, so we need the system to feed back into itself in order to carry on producing. And then we'll have a pump that's like when the heavy oil reaches a certain point, the excess can then be pumped out for lubricant production, wherever we're going to do that. Why am I doing this? In the slowest way possible. When I can get the robots to do it. We have run out, okay. We just need to grab a bunch of iron, I guess, and handcraft some. Or a whole bunch more. Don't think we're making pipe for anything at the moment. it used in? Pipes used in engines, which we're not making at the moment. See any pipes there? No. Okay, fine. Maybe we should set up a temporary pipe making. Don't know, we can't need that much more. I say, we probably will need a hell of a lot more for cracking and everything as well. We'll see. I'm going to queue a whole bunch up. Then, while we're handcrafting, that would be a good time for me to just take a quick break. I've been going 2 hours 40 minutes and I haven't moved from this spot yet, which is not healthy. Drink is empty and all those things, and it's gotten pitch black outside, so I should probably close the curtains around the house. So I'll leave my man sat here handcrafting. I'll just be 2 or 3 minutes. Like I say, do those few things to stop my legs from falling asleep is the main thing. And then when we get back, we'll carry on sorting out coal liquefaction arrangement before moving on to the other chemical processes. Reconnecting all that. When that's done, we start laying out the main bus. No. When that's done, we need to hook up stone input on the rail network. Then we start laying out the main bus. Not sure how much of that we're going to get done today, but we'll give it a good shot. So I'll go see you in a couple of minutes. I'll see you then. Hello there, I am back. Legs are back awake. Ready for the next steps. Let's see, we got some pipes crafted while I was away. Fill in the few gaps on this this side. So we want to feed the heavy oil output into some tanks. I guess we could feed this directly into the same, or I think we'll keep them there and just pump it all into that side. We also want to input. No, I think connect it all together without pumps. I would like to move these. It's not the order I wanted. We'll connect them together without pumps into this edge. Next one up, actually. We'll give another set here. So it's kind of mirrored like everything else will be. Then I want to connect that side to there and that side to there. So all the heavy oil is connected together. Kind of want to do something same or similar down here. Move these over. Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be light oil. So we want to that there instead. Same with petrol over here. That. Okay. So the outputs connected up. Let's sort out the inputs. So we'll do heavy oil on the near and get steam on the far. Same on the other side. Join them with the undergrounds as well. Once more, I could be doing this with bots. Oh yeah, we're short of the regular pipes because we're rafting underground ones, which we'll let it carry on. We need them. We'll need them in the future. Just ghost out whatever else we need for now. So we need to deal with input of steam into this whole arrangement. So 5 boilers, I think it said it was going to be. Water in there, steam out there. Let's do 6 because it's symmetrical. Water in there. Coal to fuel them. Then some manner of storing the steam. And bringing it into the pipe network down here, I guess, is part of the issue. Like that, maybe. It's an excessive amount of storage. You don't actually need to store that much steam. So let's not do that. That lines up nicely to where they're coming down here. I'm a fan of that as a layout. And then yeah, the other way. Don't really need undergrounds there because we can't run through anyway, or won't be able to run through when those pipes are there. So why don't we just join them like that? Should be okay. We'll find out. Might not input from the middle two quite as well. Why don't we? It's only a single tank, so it's not. I doubt it's going to make much of a difference, but why don't we do that for the sake of it? So that's going to make steam, and we need to input coal into that. We also need to input coal like there, down the back of both of these runs as well. So, guess we'll run parallel to there. That's not ideal. Yeah, it is. Like that. Probably going to unload this differently then. Maybe point it the other direction. Run it up and past here before going down the other way. Kind of expecting this to consume the majority of that coal output. But we don't need 4 full blue coal belts heading to the bus. We only need like 1. Maybe 2. Probably 2. So putting off a line or even 2 lines up here for liquefaction is fine by me. So that is all the inputs, all the outputs. That bit's fine, that bit's fine. Just need to actually connect to the coal and get the missing straight pipes, which we're getting close to on the handcrafting list. That's fine. It's all fine. So yeah, I want to flip this round so it goes up and past here first rather than us pulling off again. So let's disconnect to start with. It's not really flowing very fast anywhere, so I don't think we're going to sit here and wait for that to clear. We're just going to have to fill our inventory up with coal for the millionth time. I just need to cut there, don't I, and then send these the other way. Balancer here. Then cascade off. Send this, might as well go this way now. Do want that box, don't we, to have a bit of a backup there. Okay. Then we want to come around this corner. Go a little further up. Need more belts. That's fine. We can run over and grab them in a second. So we want to cascade off here as well. We've got 2 things here. We've got one bunch of coal for the boilers and a bunch of coal that feeds directly in. We need a lot more coal to feed directly in. It's still not much though. It's only 2 per second per machine. It's actually more than I imagine. 2 per second per machine over 28 machines. It's like if we pull off there, but then we immediately need to pull off again for the next thing. You can't really do like that. If that cascades down, assuming that we don't need anywhere near a full belt for the boilers, it doesn't really matter. We can just split there, prioritize boiler, assume that that's going to be backlogged all the time and feed in, hopefully. So it's going to be like that. this is going to run this way. Join how it is, although I'm imagining that by this point the outer belt is going to be pointless. This one, I'm just going to cut it back. I'm going to assume that it's going to be empty by that point. Not empty, but insignificant. In fact, probably the outside too. Don't really know exactly how many we're going to want reaching the bus. I was imagining 2 because it's about the plastic. We're not doing plastic on the bus, we're doing plastic back here, and the plastic itself is going on the bus. So the coal is only needed on the bus for grenades. So we're only going to have 1 coal line on the bus, but we do need to feed any surplus into plastic production. So a lot of coal flooding our inventory. Too much. Oh, an empty wagon. How helpful. We're getting there. This is almost all the old lot cleared out. Let's reconnect these. And get this all sorted, so we can actually get some movement on the liquefaction and make sure it is running. It's going to prioritise keeping the boilers going, which, like, 6 boilers can't use that much coal. Steam is building up. Which is good. Got heavy oil for the sake of looking at it. We haven't connected the heavy oil input, which wants to go to there and there. I guess. Yeah, that's fine. This one output is going to be where we pump out if the system is backlogging towards lubricant production. Okay, steam in storage, heavy oil in storage. Coal is not being put in because I'm an idiot. Can't have a standard inserter there. It's trying to put it into the pipe, which means do a long handle inserter. I just need to move the belt back, or can I put it there on them all? Looks like I can. They should be producing now. They've got all the inputs. They've got the outputs lined up. Yeah, they are. Coal, heavy oil, steam. So that's pumping a lot of heavy oil back into the system. I can't really tell if it's a lot, but it should be a lot. Which then feeds back into itself, I guess, and that coal input looks like it might not be sufficient. That's half a blue belt each side, minus whatever the boilers are taking. Okay, I mean, if that's not enough, then we're going to need to redo how we do that. I kind of picture this backlogging a lot, as in we're not really going to use that much of the chemical products. But still, we should outfit it to be proper. It looks like around here they're not really... No, see, that one stopped for a brief moment. Okay, that being the case, let's split them off differently at the top. Still let that one feed the boilers with a little bit, and then the rest can come down here. We'll just then split off again. Onto that line. So that's essentially a full blue belt instead of half of one. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It should be. Yeah. I only vaguely know what I'm doing there, but I'm pretty confident with it. At least it looks better on the belts now, but that could be because we're almost full of light oil. Plenty of petrol to keep us going for now. Let's go grab the blue belts that we're missing to fill in that gap. While I work out what's next. I guess next is setting up either lubricant or cracking of one kind. For the time being, we're not making rocket fuel. Should I be factoring that in now? Don't know. Probably, but we're kind of a long way off it mattering. Let's leave that for last. We'll set up the cracking of the light oil down to petrol now, and then we can put the process in later for prioritising the creation of rocket fuel before cracking. So we want to pull heavy oil into lubricant production. Takes 10 per second to make 10 in a chemical plant. Very simple recipe. How much are we actually making? So we know all of our advanced oil processing heavy oil output. It's 25 per 5 seconds per machine. That's all being consumed in cold liquefaction. And then cold liquefaction is feeding extra into itself. But we don't need to factor in what it takes into itself because it then outputs more. So we are just factoring in 28 machines making 90 heavy oil per 5 seconds. 28 machines making 90 heavy oil. Making 2520 per 5 seconds. Making 504 per second. So we can have 51 machines making lubricant, which is like really excessive, really more than we need. I think maybe 2 machines would do all the types of blue belt. It's not used for anything else other than, I've not seen it used for anything else. Oh yeah, electric engine unit. But even then, we had 1 science per second running off of 1 machine, less than 1 machine. We certainly don't need 51 machines. Yeah, no matter what the case is, I'm not going to put 51 machines in. Let's just put like 10, which is still probably a crazy amount, but... Or why don't we just put whatever we can fit here. Ah, the lights are in the way that way round. Interesting. So we kind of want to do it this way round. In which case, let's do 10. Tank at the input for the heavy oil in. So we'll go like that, and then the lubricant output, which we're then going to pump onto main bus alignment. So it can just be like that, and we can do better than that, can't we? If we go underground, we can run between the machines. If we go from there to there. It's for the output, and we'll do the same for the input. And there's a brainwave. If we're doing the same, why don't we copy paste? So that is lubricant production, and we want that to be the first step for heavy oil that isn't being reconsumed. So we do want to say, so we want to pump heavy oil out of here. And it's just the wrong distance, just barely. Actually, that's not... Oh, no, it wasn't. I had that pictured wrong in my head. Just want to send that underground briefly. And then that will run alongside it. Perfect. Too far. So it's currently pumping the oil in and turning it into lubricant, but we want to tell it only to do that when it's built up enough of a buffer to self-feed the liquefaction. So So we're going to need a decider combinator for that. A whole bunch of wiring. I usually just count off of one tank, but it's probably safest because of all the inputs and outputs to count them all together. That does make a really ugly... I can't like click somewhere else to get that wire to... No, it goes on the input facing the camera. That's whatever. That needs to feed a decider, which controls the pump. So these should all be like, yeah, reading contents. That's all they can do. Each tank can hold 25k. The amount needed to self-feed is actually probably quite small. Be very small. It's 25 by 14 over 5 seconds. So if there's if there's 350 in storage, it can feed itself for one cycle, and then the output of that can feed itself for another cycle and some extra. So 350 is like the minimum, which is like nothing. I'm going to set it like 10 times that. I'm going to say we've got 3,500. If heavy oil is greater than 3,500, output check. And then the pump is going to be enable disabled. If the check is greater than 0, enable. Single pump might not be enough to output all this actually. Single pump on a single pipeline. Reducing a lot of oil. We may need to revisit that if we have a throughput issue later. That's fine. So if the system is capable of self-feeding, then the surplus is pumped into lubricant. Spot on. What we will ultimately do here is if lubricant's above, like if that lubricant tank's above 20,000, we will shut the whole lot down. Because we can put a pump on this input tank and pump it into the cracking system, but it doesn't pump necessarily fast enough to empty that tank and prevent any production. So the best way to completely stop lubricant production is to like depower the machines. I guess. Which can be done. You can use a power switch to do it. Don't know, it's probably not that important as long as your trigger points are like in an okay place and you've got enough cracking. That's going to be the issue. If there isn't enough cracking, then it will cause a backlog. So we do need enough machines to crack. Well, like the full output, less the amount of self-feed. So what was that again? I've forgotten already. It's like 28 by 90 divided by 5. 504 per second. Take away the self-feeding, which is let's take the 25 off the 90. It's 65 by the 28 machines over 5 seconds. So we need to be capable of cracking 364 per second in order to prevent backlogging, I think. As with everything that I do in Factorio, I could be mumbling completely the wrong numbers, so if you know I'm wrong, do let me know. Otherwise we'll just do it and we'll see what happens, and if it's wrong we'll just find out later. It's no big deal. Cracking recipe is there, so 40 heavy oil per 2 seconds, 20 oil per second per machine. We need 19 machines cracking heavy oil, which is chemical plant, isn't it? Yeah. We might as well do here. Here's a good space to do it, actually. Yeah. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let's do 20 for good measure. We need more actual chemical plants, of course. We need to go grab a bunch of copper and steel to, because we're going to need more than that. That's just to crack heavy. We need to also crack light and potentially put the stuff in place to make rocket fuel if we have to. Where are we? We're up to 293 speed modules, so we've gone up by like 50 in the past 3 hours. We've got some distance to go there. Steel is in a random box here. Let's grab a bunch of that. And grab some copper out of these machines. A bunch more chemical plants. We also need to bring water up here, don't we, to do the actual cracking. Which I might, again, just do a new offshore pump so we're not like pumping things against each other. I might end up doing if I'm not got a good track of things. This is the one where we had to do something silly on the input because of my amazing, brilliant, foolproof power grid puts the two inputs next to each other. Which is fine, it's fine. I think we've left enough space to do whatever it is you have to do. You have to send it underground away, and the other one further underground away, like that. And then that can join with there, and, or, you know, above ground. And that one can run there. That is fine. Guess it takes, yeah, it takes pipes to make the chemical plants. That's why we've run out. Restock after we made all them. Which way round did I do these? Water is the near side, like that. No. What's gone wrong there? Bloody hell. I'm in the right mess of that somehow. Water inside, oil outside. To inside, oil outside. There. So we're gonna we want to allow the oil to here. It's gonna block the input. So yeah, let's bring it down. Put it there. I don't necessarily want the pump to be on the end of the line pumping it forward, because that will... Well, no, that will pull it out of that tank. It's just it's pulling it out of the other tank at the same time, and it's not prioritising. So I want the pump to come out of this tank, like in... Oh, I've forgotten the technical term. In sequence, not in parallel. Sequence, not serial? There's a word for it that I don't know. So we're going to have the input go into the tank, and then the pump will pull it out of the tank. And into this one, and then into the feed, into the cracking. Then we will need another decider combinator to tell that pump how to behave. Which, yeah, it'll be like if lubricant's over 20k, then start pumping oil into cracking instead. And that'll be fine. Hopefully, if the pipes can carry enough throughput to feed all these machines is the main thing worrying me at the moment, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's do the outputs as well. Need to bring the water up here. That's the next step. And then we need to set up the cracking of light oil down to petrol. And I think that's it for chemical stages then, not entirely sure. Should be. That can move up one, can't it? Being the same as the lubricant. Looking good at least, or like a serious amount of chemical processing. So we want that to join with that as well somehow. Kind of want to send the output tank from the cracking, the light oil, into this mega light oil storage before it's then sent on to its cracking. Maybe. Let's cancel a few machines for now and get the other things we want crafted. Water. Send it up. We'll be more careful with the rail lines. Maybe I should light the lights around the rail lines in a colour that's going to make me stop running over them without looking. Okay. Don't need the tanks down here. Because we need them up here. Send that under there again. There's a good spot, like there is a good spot, so let's just make it connect there. Water is there, so we just need to connect that to the input too, and we are cracking. Fill in the missing pipes so we can crack at max capacity. More pipes? Okay. Jeez. There we go. If I've done the maths right, we're cracking at maximum capacity. So it's going to output a lot of light oil, and we've already got a lot of light oil, so we need to sort that out. That's a bit more complicated, or at least the number's going to be bigger than 20. Coal liquefaction is outputting 20. The stuff output by the advanced oil is also not being consumed anywhere else, so we've got 14 machines producing 45 every 5 seconds, 28 machines producing 20 every 5 seconds, and 19 machines producing 30 every 2 seconds if everything else is backed up, which is what we need to work around. So calculator and notepad. So we've got those 20 cracking machines are producing 30 oil every 2 seconds, so they're producing 300 per second. Up to 300 per second. Coal liquefaction is 28 machines producing 20 every 5 seconds, so they're producing 112 per second, up to 112 per second. Advanced oil is producing, so 14 machines producing 45 every 5 seconds, 126 per second. It's a total of 538 light oil per second being produced. We're gonna want to turn that into rocket fuel as much as we can, I guess. And cracking will consume 15 per second. So we need 36 machines cracking light oil down to petrol. There you go, 36 is the number. Write it down so I don't forget. Don't know about throughput of the pipeline. I'm not aware of it. So we've got 36 machines taking in 30 oil every 2 seconds. That's too much for my brain to do. 30 oil, 540 per second. Can a pipe carry 540 liquids per second? Doesn't tell me there. All it tells me there is that it can hold 100. That doesn't necessarily mean that it carries 100 per second. It could carry more than that per second. And there's one way to find out, is hook it all up and see if it makes it. I mean, this is what, 20 machines. Oh, they're backlogged, so we can't really tell whether they're pulling it well enough. Just do 2 rows of 18 machines and away you go. I guess. Can't see. I can see some blueprints we need to fill in, but can't see any reason not to. Single row of 36 I think is going to go too far north, so I'd rather do 2 rows of 18 down here. And hope that it works. Or, I mean, there's no... even if we set up rocket fuel production instead to consume the light oil, the problem is if, for whatever reason, the rocket fuel isn't needed and it backlogs. When that backlog fills in, everything will come to a grinding halt unless we've got 36 machines capable of cracking it down to petrol. And again, we kind of need to put some more circuitry into place to tell it to balance the consumption equally. Only crack heavy oil if there's more heavy oil than light oil, that kind of process. For now, we can put in the logic we're going to put onto this pump. You read lubricant greater than 20,000. Output a green check mark. You get a green check mark. Pump. Yeah, I believe we need to lay out 36 machines here. We've got 28 available, so 28, 33, 4, 5, 6. We'll worry about rocket fuel later. So that's 18. Do we want... we want them facing the same way or into each other? Into each other makes the outputs line up nicely, because there's only one type of output. If we have it this way, you can feed the input. No. So yeah, that way round I think is nicer. In which case do we want to... Don't really want to do that because it's not properly aligned. The only way I'd do that is like that. And then send the output under the... Although if the pipeline can't carry, wouldn't be 540 in this case, it'd be a bit less than that. Almost 400. If it can't do that, then we don't want to be forcing them into the same pipe. So no, let's have 2 output pipes as well. Oh, I've miscounted. I'm crafting 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. 2 18s are 36, so I've just crafted more than I need. That's fine, we'll use them later. Something or other. Okay, so... we need to join them 2 sources of light oil together and feed them into this machinery. Let's line the pipes up first. That's going to be enough of a headache on its own. So same concept as over there, that and then that, then run the pipes up here. There is this one. That's oil. Let me build more ghosts than I have. Must be doing something silly there. No big deal. That's water. That is oil. Fits pretty good. A lot more underground as well. Doubt 40 is going to be enough for this. Water and oil. We've got that correct this time. Water on the inside, oil on the outside. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So we need, well, water's an easier one. Line that up there and there. Should be okay to the offshore pumps are pretty strong. It'll should be okay, but we will need to check. That the water's reaching the end of the lines when everything's up and running. We need to grab more iron to make more pipes with. Do with emptying some of this stuff out of my inventory. Let's throw the coal into something over here. Let's, yeah, not let our robots get orphaned. There we go. Something else I really don't even, we can put the boilers away. We're short of electric poles, they're right here, so why don't we grab them? Some of them. I can't see us using boilers again unless we expand liquefaction later. Let's throw them in a box over here and forget about them. Offshore pumps we might need because we might need additional water inputs. It's possible. Okay, let's a bunch of underground ones, but that's gonna use up all of our not underground ones. Should do us for now. Let's try and stage it. So I'm going to stack in 200 above ground and then do a bunch of undergrounds after that. Okay, that's water. So we need to deal with the oil input to these as well. Moment we don't need to give it any instructions, do we? We're just cracking all light oil into petrol, so don't need any circuits or decisions, just need to connect it and hope that it pulls enough. Or let's pump out of there. I'd like a bit where I can run through here. And let's also pump out of here. That's a bit... It's a shame we can't go all the way underground there. Oh well. No big deal. It's more coal I don't want in my inventory though. To there, and then from there to there, and there. So yeah, hopefully that... don't know. I don't believe the direction of the pump matters, so it's currently pointing eastwards. I don't think that means it's going to overshoot the first pipe in any way. It's going to go up that pipe as much as it is the other way. So it should empty out of this tank up the left-hand side, over the other tanks up the left-hand side, but the other tanks should go up the right-hand side before this, because they're... possibly. Don't know. We just have to see if the throughput is okay. Pulling everything out okay. Let's get 2 lines of output. To work out, so we've got the 8 tanks holding petrol south of here. Do we pump all this lot down into them and then them lot north elsewhere? Do we kind of move that north of here? And probably, I think. Because then it's easier to pull off of it, I guess. The next stage for the petrol is to go into plastic. Which is going to happen like right there, just above what we've built now. We might want the multiple pull-offs from here, so yes, I do think we take all of this out. Just bear in mind we've got that on the right hand side there to sort out in a second, that's fine. Put that to there, then pump this lot. Probably unnecessary, but it certainly won't hurt. Come up here. Can we... No, there's no space to the left, is there, to get past here? Can't shoot all the way under. No, okay. So that's the best, that is the best spot. We can do it here. No, that really just does not line up how I want it to. I want to send it up the middle here. I want to send... So not there, so here. I guess I just do that here first. Pipe work is never as pretty as belt work in my opinion, but there we go. Okay, so I want to send this up here. So I have 3 lines of petrol coming from different places, and then we'll put that big petrol storage here. Yeah, like there, unless we want to do that way instead. No, that way's fine. That one goes straight in. This one I want to send over here. This one should be able to go in there, okay. Don't foresee a problem with that. It's fine, okay, we just need yet more underground belts to hook everything up together. Fine, so why aren't we yet cracking? Because there's no outputs, of course. Let's dig up these ones that are no longer connected. That one. You connect that. There. At least temporarily. Keep our current plastic production going while we lay out new plastic production in where it belongs, here. I guess here. Yeah. So again, we're not really going to know how much. What do we use petrol for? It's two things, isn't it? It's sulfur and plastic. So we want to split it between the two. If we work out how much maximum potential petrol we could be producing if everything's cracked. Still don't really know how much to give to plastic and how much to give to sulfur. We do know that we have used very little sulfur so far, like 2 machines making it has probably been excessive even when we were going at 1 science per second. And our objective's only around 2 science per second, I think, I'm guessing. It is only around double. So like 4 machines making sulfur could be more than enough, and then 18 making plastic. Or we can do 4 machines making sulfur and work out how much extra petrol we'll have left after that and use all of that for plastic. Also a way of doing it. I guess plastic's the more important. We're going to use chips more than anything else. We're flying at a good space now. 318 chips done. Happy. Don't know. I mean, the first step could be working out how much petrol we're potentially getting. So let's bring up the calculator and notepad again. We are looking at 14 machines doing advanced oil processing. So 14 55s over 5 seconds is 154 per second. Then we've got 28 machines making 10 per 5 seconds. That's just 56 per second. Then we've got up to 36 machines making 20 every 2 seconds. That's 360 per second. Means petrol is being made up to 570 petrol per second. That's a big number in my head. 570 petrol per second. So considering, shouldn't do that, 1 sec. Okay. Sulfur is using 30 per second, so we could run 19 machines making sulfur, and plastic is using 20 per second, which is an even bigger number. That's not bad actually. 20s and 30s given that both of those recipes run at 1 second in a chemical plant at 1 speed, you do the same when playing Anno using Docklands and trading to make sure you get it right, yeah. Notepad, pen, notepad on the computer, calculator, do it 3 times just to make sure. It doesn't particularly matter, as the objectives of this run are really quite simple, and quite unrelated to what we're doing. But I would actually like to have like a, while we don't need one, I'd like to have an automated rocket launching arrangement. Don't necessarily want to work backwards from how many red chips do we need, therefore how much plastic do we need. I think we just go with something that like balances into 570 nicely, which means, I mean, the 20s go into hundreds nicely, but then things don't go nicely. It's like 9 sulfur machines and 15 plastic machines. I think that's too much sulfur. That's just a gut reaction to that. I think that's too much sulfur. I'll do like, don't know. Also have to factor in that number, 570 per second, is based on maximum production. So if we are producing and consuming lubricant, we won't have 570 petrol available. We'll have less, because we're not then cracking all of the heavy oil at full speed, and therefore don't have the light oil at full speed, and therefore don't get the petrol at full speed. And we can prioritise. We can say do 10 machines of plastic, then if you've got more petrol, do the 2 machines of sulfur, and then do another few machines of plastic, and it's all a bit too complicated, I think. We got the ratio correct with our current red chip production, and we know that's not enough for what I'm intending to build. We know that it's also not enough for half of what I'm intending to build. So we want to do more than double the plastic. Sulfur I'm not so sure about. So we've got 9 machines doing plastic at the moment. We want to do more than 18. The answer to that could be modules. If we do 20 plastic machines, we can do 170 per second, 5 sulfur machines. Seems pretty good. 20 plastic and 5 sulfur. Let's go with that. There's no correct answer, I guess. So there's a number. That's what we're going to work with. Now let's fill in the next rows of the power grid and then lay out 20 plastic making machines up here. There's some lights out from the looks of it. There and there. They are between the machines, that's fine then. Missed a few, that's okay. Okay. Copy those. So what do we need? 20 chemical plants. Don't have those, do we? That will make 12. Need more iron. It's interesting that our red chip production is not running at full speed. Oh no, we did notice that last session, didn't we? The input belt isn't fast enough. Because those machines over there are not actually outputting. Which is also interesting, in that we're planning on doubling that. We would need to... I know it's on yellow belt, that's fine. That's not really an issue. Everything's going to be on blue going forward, so no big deal. Queue all that up, that should be good enough. We want those lights get in the way, of course. I was thinking of doing the plastic across ways, which is very interesting. We're going to need to flick the way we arrange lights when we get to where the belt is. We've got this like lighting arrangement that's kind of carried over from the rail lines. There's a different lighting arrangement in the smelting cells, a different one in the solar. We're going to need to make sure with the bus that it's the way that the machines are oriented is okay. So the machines are going to be coming across ways. So the lights need to be above posts so that two machines fit between them. So north of that walkway there, lights are going to be different. Need to remember that. But down here, they're this way. So unless I just move the plastic to be above that line, that I really want to do. Just knock some of the lights out, I guess. We work on this row here. Start from the left side and count 20 machines out. Like from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. And these are making plastic. It's just, yeah, petrol and coal. That's fine. We can do that. How have we done that above? Inserters are in the gap between, yeah, so we're going to need some more pipes. I think we are going to have backlog issues within the liquid system because we're just not going to be consuming things at the right rates, at least until we've got a output for each product. So the sulfur and the plastic's all good for the petrol, but if we're not consuming the full amount of sulfur and plastic, then we'll backlog on petrol. So we would want to, in that case, like stop cracking and consume off the light oil. So we'll need to be producing rocket fuel and consuming that for that to be relevant. Then if we're not consuming that fast enough and we need to be consuming heavy oil, not sure how we do that. We're consuming some through lubricant, but it's a very small amount, I think. There's so many belts we can make. Or robots. Okay, so things are flowing, but we're not getting heavy oil into the cracking. That is because the supply of heavy oil here is dry. That should happen if the supply of heavy oil here drops below 3.5, which it has. It's dropped far enough to be a problem. Or close to a problem, which has happened because petrol is backlogged. So there's no heavy oil output from the start. And we've cracked it all down, I guess. So, I mean, there we go. We've got our first system issue. If we were consuming all of that lubricant, we would now have a problem because we're not producing enough because the petrol is backlogged. There's no way of turning petrol into heavy oil. Don't think there is. Be kind of cool if you could. Some complicated process. Don't think so. Okay, fine. It is what it is. So yeah, so those inserters go like that. Belt runs down the back. Comes from here. Now that's interesting. We've pulled off the right hand side of the belts so far, down here. That pulled off the right hand side, that pulled off the right hand side. Because we're cascading with splitters, I think we always have to pull off the right hand side. Otherwise, you're pulling the partially emptied belt. So we need to pull off the right hand side and go under, I guess, or send these under and then pull off there. That's a bit neater, personally. Again, cascade to the right, I think. And then these need to output plastic onto a belt, which will join the bus when we've got that sorted. I remember, yeah, the petrol consumption's plastic consumption was very high when we had both red chips and low density structures being made. This may not be enough plastic. That's fine, we'll find out later, won't we? Once everything's in place, if we find out we've not got enough plastic, then we just need to come back and do more liquefaction to create more petrol to have more plastic machines running. Or it's entirely possible that at some point we will uncover another oil source we can actually tap, and then we may put that into the rail network, and I still don't see any now. But it should happen eventually. If we find a good one, we can put it into the rail network and unload it around here, maybe with the coal, and do some actual oil processing and whatever. However, so we've got 20 machines here. Let's run down 10 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Send them to the near side. The others on the far side. That will be a belt of plastic for using later. What do we need for sulfur? Water and petrol? Yeah, okay. Water and petrol. We've got space, let's move it up one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. the others. You do need to tap the petrol line. There. We want that connected just for the temporary stuff we've got running. Okay. Let's queue up some more pipes and then underground pipes. We're going to need to grab more iron. Makes it feel like a big factory when we're having to handcraft so much and grab all this stuff, but it's really not. And that is steel I've just grabbed by accident. It's only because we tore so much apart and we're not machine crafting so much that just delays things, which isn't. I don't mind going slowly. It's not as thrilling, I know, but it's fine. Now's a good time while we've got all that queued up and handcrafting to take another break, though. Stretch my legs again. Do all the sensible things. If you have been sat in front of your screen as long as I have, which is 4¼ hours at this point, you should stretch your legs too. Give your eyes a little break. Stay healthy. Make sure you got a drink or whatever. That's what I'm going to do. Basic stuff, you know. Just stop myself from going crazy with all the numbers that run around Factorio. I'll just be 2 or 3 minutes. Have a wander around, sort some things out. Then I'll be back and we'll continue working on all this stuff. Tidy some things up. Almost sorted here, and then we'll move on, do a bit more on the rail lines, get the stone connected up. That's the next step. So yeah, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello there everyone, I am back. Taking some more medicine for the cough, so hopefully that makes it less, but we'll see. It hasn't really been helping much so far. We'll see how it goes. Hope everyone else is doing well. There's some nasty bugs going around at the moment. Hear from a lot of people feeling not great, so hope you're all doing okay out there. Right, let's carry on with this. Reconnected the petrol there, so plastic is being created. Great. Your 3 housemates are all coughing, yeah. Don't know what it is or where it's come from, just so many people at the moment. Thankfully they live upstairs. Yeah, good. You can hide away from them a bit then, that's good. Need to bring water up here, let's go look at that. Twitch is doing a bit of a funny one today, I don't know why, but the little view count number that I get keeps going up and down like crazy. Moments it's saying there's no one in chat at all, and then now it's saying there's like 9 people around, so no idea what the real number is, but if there really are people there, then thank you for joining me. Obviously thank you, Tato, for joining. You're always there, it's nice to have you around. Anyone else who is joining today, lovely to have you here. Val, you're around, good, lovely to hear. Welcome, thank you very much for joining us. Number might be right, you know, who knows. White does that for you all the time. Yeah, it's weird. I'm used to it not being right when the number's like either 0 or 1. Sometimes it really, like, it goes up and down quite frequently, and that's normal, but it doesn't normally just show bigger numbers for no reason, don't know. Or at least, if it shows bigger numbers, there's then a list of people who it is or something. Don't know. Not that it's important, I just, you know, just wanted to say, if you are there, thank you for being there. I'm going to run another pump up next to this one. Maybe on the other side? Yeah, let's go on the outside. Could be people watching without chatting. Yeah, that's the vast majority of people on Twitch watch without chatting. You can normally... Yeah, that might be it, actually. Could be. But they're not shown as being active in the... Yeah, it could be that. It's nice to have a chat with people if you're here, but it's also no problem at all if you just want to chill out and watch. You're happy listening to me mumbling numbers over and over in the... making no sense. That's what we do around here. Don't want to send this up the middle of the belts. Just to the left of them? No, there's a bunch of lights there. Probably send it up the right hand. There might be nice. Let's try there. Farming listening. Ah, good. Trying to get inspiration for your factory. Ah. Mine is ordered. Yeah, that's my approach, is coming up with like a layout plan before I start, and then kind of trying a few things out sometimes, and then rearranging and what have you. But the way I usually build is with this square of power poles and line everything up with that, so it's very square. That's the line. I'm going to go up one more. They're coming over this way. It's not ideal. One more. Then that way. I think here is a good point to put a pump in. It's got some distance left to go. First proper run. Ah, cool. Got bots, got main bus. Trains are stumping you a bit. There's two things about trains that usually cause me hassle. The biggest one is that they don't align on the same grid, so when you're building a pole, it aligns to a single cell block and you can move it up and down. When you build like a rail or a station, they're in like 2x2 blocks, so things don't line up, don't necessarily line up the way you want them to when you're trying. That can just take some fiddling and some moving to get things where you want them. And the other thing is signals, of course. It's complicated by design. They're not that complicated. You can learn them, you know. You try different things out and see how they work, but it's a complicated system in general. I'm not happy with that. I want the water to be further right over here, so I'm going to take that back and we'll run it next to the belt. We'll do it left of the belt. Chain in, signal out. Yeah, it's good to remember, yeah. Chain on the entrance to a junction and regular signals on the exits. And that's generally enough. It's mainly figuring out when to use them and how, yeah? Mm-hmm. You could have a 4 kilometre long belt, but a train seems better than that, yeah. And I mean, the throughput on a train's pretty good. It depends, I guess, on the stations. Like our stations here are designed to fully load the blue belt, so I think you can fully load a blue belt with 5 stack inserters, I think, but 6 is symmetrical, so I went with that. 4 wasn't enough to do it. Then yeah, because we're working on, not necessarily here, but with the iron, we're working on having 4 full blue belt output, so we need 4 full blue belt input. That's how we've designed our train system. It's 4 carriages that unload, and then you just need to ensure you've got trains coming into the station such that this belt never stops, which isn't, it's not, you don't have to do much really. A lot of what we've done, so this copper that's connected here, probably easier to belt like this distance, but we're building a train network, so I'm connected everything to it because I don't know, that's just kind of how I want it, I guess. If we were expanding beyond the base we're planning at the moment, we'd probably do smelting somewhere else and bring smelted goods into this base. So like over here somewhere we'd do a station that receives or smelts stuff and then sends the smelted goods back to the production area. That would add quite a lot of traffic to the lines, so we might do something different at that point. At the moment we've got two lanes. They drive on the left, that goes up, that goes down. Dead simple system. But you can get really complicated with like 2 lanes that go up and 2 that come down, and the way they split off, and we're trying to keep it simple in this one. Chain stops one before, yeah. Chain looks ahead. So here at the T-junctions, the entrance has got a chain and the exit has got a regular signal. The chain signal looks ahead, so we then go chain to chain to chain to regular signal, wherever the hell that is. Looks like we're missing one. Interesting. We may have to revisit that. Some missing signals. That that means the purpose of that is if your exit signal is blocked, the train doesn't enter the junction. You don't want trains to enter the junction because they'll block it from other people, other directions. Which is simple enough when this is your junction. It's a T junction. It's a pretty simple thing. Trains wait before it until they're allowed through it. Off they go. When you're doing like a four-way roundabout, then I've usually trip up. I've tried that in the past. And I end up with roundabouts blocked full of trains because I just can't get the signals right, basically. Depends how complicated your system is and what you're trying to achieve. 4 full blue belts is not a lot of product, and therefore doesn't require a complicated system. 4,000 science per minute is a complicated volume, and therefore would require something more comprehensive than what we've done. I'm happier with that alignment. We just need to bring from over there to over there, preferably with a bit of storage in the middle. Just doesn't line up nicely no matter what I do. Let's do that. That'll do the job. Am I using production modules? Not currently. Probably won't bother. Might do. It depends on whether we can achieve everything that I feel like doing in this footprint. If we're close, then I'll use production modules to get us there. If we're a long way, then we'll tear some bits down and rebuild different layout. It's more likely if we're a long way that we'll abandon this and start a modded run. Depending on what I want to achieve. There's some specific achievements I'm trying to get, but they're relatively easy. It's what we do beyond that that will probably be restart with a whole bunch of mods. How long have I been playing Factorio? Since version 0.13, I think, would be the first time I played. And then I played until 0.18 and then stopped for a long time. So I don't know what we're up to now. Factorio, 660 hours. That's about 60 hours in this version of the game, or maybe less than that. It's almost 60 hours in this version of the game, and then 600 in much older versions. So there's things in the game now that I've not seen before. Like this is the first playthrough I'm doing where I've seen them, like nuclear, for example, or the Spidertron. But the general like core of the game I was playing a lot of, I guess it'd be like 5 years ago, something like that. Don't know, I can't keep track of time that well. Okay, sulfur is just needing an output. We've got 5, so firstly, while I remember, this is supposed to have output priority. It's missing some pipes that I didn't realise, so we'll fill that. Ever delved into Satisfactory? I own it. I have not played it. I've tried on 2 occasions, I think update 4 and update 6. I just don't think it's ready, basically. I'm waiting for them to say, here is the finished complete game ready to play, and then I'll get into it, or give it a proper run. At the moment, I don't want to be like playing and then a new update comes out and I have to redo a bunch of stuff because it changes things. I don't know. It just didn't feel like it was time for me to play it, so I didn't. I've played more of Dyson Sphere Program, which I'd like to go back to at some point. That's really, really cool game as well. I'm looking forward to Satisfactory being ready to play, definitely. It's got a lot of promise to it. And I've watched other people play it and am very interested in it. There's a lot more to it, I guess. First, it seems a lot slower. Balance this back here. Like progress seems a lot slower. Actually building things is slower because you need to move into the right location to do it, which is harder in a 3D world. I don't really want to sink 600 hours into another game. I guess, I don't know. Maybe I do. Okay, there is sulfur and plastic being created. Not consumed yet, but being created. And then the coal. We'll come back and sort it out later, but we probably want to cut that back actually to one line at that point. We shall see. Are we still temporarily connected to... No, something's gone wrong with our temporary petrol connection here. That's better, so that's going to keep flowing. We're up to 356 modules ready to use. It's about halfway, I think. Okay. We've reconnected oil, relayed out the processing, added in liquefaction, got lubricant being made, got cracking happening, got plastic and sulfur being made. Sulfuric acid isn't, but that needs plates, doesn't it? So that will have to wait. We'll probably do that further up the belt rather than over here, I think. I think our chemical location, at least for the time being, is all sorted. At least for now. So I think the next thing to do is get the stone connected up. So this should be smelting stone bricks, except we don't need 4 full blue belts of stone bricks. That's completely unnecessary. If we've only got 4 of iron, probably want like 2, I guess. So these last 2, I'm not going to strip them out, I don't think. We might just randomly send something into them if we want. If we discover we're just a bit short of iron or something. But I will go back and remove the 4-lane balancing for stone. But we do need to send stone itself to the line. Okay. So one thing we can do is not put the modules in the smelters on the stone side. That will reduce the output of stone bricks. And then at the other end we can kind of combine them down and still pull the stone through that doesn't get smelted. So in that case, I'll leave all 4 connected. We'll just not module up the last section. Which means we don't need 700 modules anymore, we need 3/4 of that. Which is... So if we were going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14 slots, we're now going to have 3.5 less than that. Roughly that many will be enough. Which puts us much closer to being ready to properly tear down the temporary stuff. Okay, so we're done with chemical stuff. I'm going to put all that into storage or disposal. What have we got? Pipes and stuff, I think they're in there. Pipes, pumps, chemical plants, offshore pump, storage tank. Then we don't need coal, wood, random bricks. Okay. We need to grab... Where did I put the... It was over here, I think. We're going to need mining machines, rail and stops and signals. Might not be enough rail. That will be interesting. This is where we're going, I think. Have we uncovered anything else? It's a bit awkward because of the shore front. That's a bit awkward because of that gap. That one I think we're going to build over. So it's one of these two. Into the megamorph for bunch. Yes, that is what we're working towards. So we need to get stone connected in because it hasn't been connected. We were, up until quite recently, just using the starting patches. So we've expanded our rail network to increase our input of raw materials, which will increase our output of smelting materials, which will let us do more. We were doing 1 science per second. I want to at least double that. And that's going to go in this kind of gap here, in the center of the screen now. So we're going to run, like you call a mega mall or a bus or whatever you call it, up the side of the... These are solar farm. It's going to run up this edge here, and then we're going to pull stuff off of it to do production in the middle gap here, and we'll start making like science packs again because we're not currently making any, as well as like more solar ingredients and stuff like that, running off of there. Not sure how far north it's going to go, so I don't want to be trying to mine this stone because I think we might run that far north with it. I don't really know. We've got quite a lot of space going across, so I guess we'll find out. Lots of forest to clear out. Hadn't clocked that yet. That's a big job we're going to have to do. But yeah, we that's the next thing that we're going to look at after we've got the stone connected, is tearing out our temporary production that we've got, kind of remnants of the old base, and then laying in where that's going to run. So the thing about over here is whether we want to get the uranium as well. My thoughts are, if we want to get the uranium, we don't want other rail stops nearby. Because we need to get sulfuric acid into it. It's different. Very different. So I probably wouldn't want to do that here. We might want to do it closer to a dedicated oil source where we make local sulfuric acid. Somehow. That is a very nice patch of uranium though. Well, let's just leave it alone. We'll come and do something special if I decide to get that later. We'll aim for this stone, the 52 million. So we need cliff explosives, we need a lot of grenades, and all of our rail equipment, and power poles, lights. Don't need that much belt. Don't need that much belt, so we'll put some of that back. Which I bet we can't. This is probably... oh no, it's not full. Good. We should connect our lubricant up to make more belts with. I think. I'm going to need a lot of poles. I should do. Stack inserters. We're going to need 1 stack of them. We need more mining drills, although that's probably, at least for now, all of the ones we're going to need. So we'll take all of them. Bunch of lights. Running out of inventory space, but there we go. Sure, we'll have just enough. Let's grab all these grenades and all these cliff explosives. Will we need landfill? No, there's no water. Unless we want to come in north of the stop, which I don't think we do. I think we're going to come round and have the stop. Don't know. Got a T-junction there, and then have the stop probably after it. So those water patches could be an issue. No, I don't think they will be. We'll build far enough south that they won't be. That's fine. 138 grenades is probably not going to be enough. We'll have to come back for more if the need arises. Looks like enough bits and pieces to get started. Did just want to look at lubricant connection, which I think is this one. Can we connect that up? It's a long way. Actually, how are we going to connect this in the future? Because that's kind of full. I would have run it up that side, I guess, but that's... so we've run it the other side of the coal. Yeah, let's do that. few more to craft. We'll finish that off. That'll make belts while we're away then. Not sure how many we're going to need, but better to stock up before we tear everything down. And up with some random coal in my inventory. It's fine. Okay, that's got lubricant flowing now. Is good. Let's head down to the rail line because earlier we thought there were some signals missing. And then we'll carry on with rail stuff. There are definitely signals missing. I can't see any along this stretch of... There's one. Sure there's no one moving while I hop the rail. Should be one there. No, there and there. Yep. Should be able to then copy from there to there. Interesting, because I usually space the junction out using the signals, so missing signal means the junction might be in completely the wrong place. Looks close, but yes, they are. Distance between that signal and the junction isn't the full length of a train. If I'd spaced that out, I would have placed this junction further to the left. Swore I had done, but evidently not. I want to put signals on the exit because if I don't, then you're waiting for the train to get all the way over here before it clears up the next train that might be heading south. Shouldn't be in the current state of things, but could be. So let's just put them in anyway, even though a full train can't fit in the gap between those signals. It's not great, but never mind. Oh, we will also want 4 locomotives and 8 wagons, so let's get them sorted as well. Need 80 engine units, aren't I? Spares back. It's fine. Let's head to the northeastern. Connects up with the end of the rail there. Now here's the end. So I want to just continue it north by a distance. We'll go to the edge of the forest and then I'll start flattening the forest down and we'll go from there. I want to build out that same kind of distance between the signals and then copy and paste that as we head up. Fill that gap because it's just one post. A signal, so there's one. There's a train length, 6 wagons, so that's where that one belongs. Belongs opposite. Spot on, and then that copying. Just line those signals up and then it should all be the right length the whole way. Oh, though I can't place the next bit because the forest is already here. See how far our grenades go. Need to go a bit further north. Yeah, about here we can cut across. This is the patch we're going to connect to. Need to clear out all that forest within that border we just walked. I don't think we're going to do with 33 grenades, but I could be wrong. Still got that patch to clear out at least. Okay, it's not too bad. Probably need to clear some of this to the east as well to, like, put the rail into place. So we will need to go back and get more grenades. Just going to take out all the cliffs in this area first. Some down to the south here that they might not get in the way, but we've got the explosives, so might as well clear them out. That's that bit clear. Shouldn't need to clear the stuff to the north unless the station's not going to fit there, so it might go here. So let's go east of the patch of stone and clear out all the cliffs over there. In which case we will probably have to clear all these trees that we're looking at now as well. Yeah, going to take quite a few grenades. I can't see us going any further than... although the main line might come out. I'm going to take this whole cliff here away. That'll probably be all, just the ones coming part of that chain, and then guess we'll head back and pick up the grenades we need. It's well cleared, there's nothing in the way there, just the trees now. That's fine, we'll just use the 3 explosives I'm holding just so we don't waste the inventory space for them. We can bring that main line further north because we cleared those trees out of the way. And we might not need to clear this bit on the right. If we cut up the middle here and turn right north of them, it could be okay. Kind of depends at what point we're turning right. Copy that again, and nope, didn't copy enough. There, line those signals up and that should be good. Let's have a look. We need to put a T-junction in case we ever want to continue north later for any reason. So don't think we want to put that in any further north than where we're stood. Because the line will then cut to the right, so if we do that it'll cut through the stone. We need to come underneath it, or above it, but underneath would be easier. So I think it's like now that we put the T-junction in, which we should have a blueprint for. Our blueprint is based on facing that direction, so let's instead do a copy paste of this one, if we can. Yeah, like that. That's like the same orientation as where we are now, so we line those signals up. Should be spot on. Just need to change. No. What's gone wrong there? Oh, I know what. Just going to cut all that and start again. Didn't line the power grid up properly. Build a few more poles in so we can see where it's supposed to line up. Then we'll go grab that one again. There. to there-ish. We want the signals to line up, but the power grid doesn't line up with the signals. Don't want to bring it further south because that will cut the distance to not be full length. So further north. Oh, it's a shame though because it's only slightly further south to line up. But no, I don't want to do that. I want to go further north until they line up, which is there. We will just have a section here where it fits more than a full length of train. No big deal. Radar would be nice, yes, that's true. Let's build one of them. That one. Interesting. When I was placing them in below, I guess I got that wrong. That one should be a chain. I need to change that when we get back. No big deal. Good, and yeah, not all of these poles are necessary in this location, so that's fine. Now we're going to be extending out this way. Big rock is in the way, okay. Is that's a train, yeah, so there and there. Yep. Which we can copy paste if we junctions there. Let's in those signals up, place it in and just cancel those. Copy the next section a bit neater. Yeah, I don't think we can, because if we put the station to collect in here, you can just about fit a train in between the two junctions, like the T junction and the actual stop. Like one train. I don't know, I think I just prefer it further away. Keep the flow better. Even though they got further to go, they're not doing like multiple junctions close to each other. That can cause hassle. But if that's where we've come in, then yeah, this station's a bit far north. It's not too bad. We'll mine, we'll send it northwards. They'll come. Belts are currently running east to west, and we'll just flip that to be west to east. That'll be fun. We need to clear out those trees though, for sure. So let's grab a train, head back home, see what grenades we've got available to pick up. Is there anything else we needed? Probably not, although while we're here we can lay the actual drills out. The ones in line with the pole face right, I think. Copy. Not quite enough to copy, but we'll try. Yeah, that'll work. There. And there for a few. Yeah, that one. There. There's bits to the south as well. See if there's any more just around the edges where we can fit a drill in. A couple at the top here. I don't want that last row of poles, that's fine. A couple down the bottom here as well, definitely, yeah. Yep, that's all good. Run the belts down. No. We're running the belts up, I just said, didn't I? There we go. Should have enough belts on us to do it. Usually put an extra row in the end here when they're poking out, so let's do that all the way up. Few belts missing. We've got belts. Robots can. This wasn't quite close enough. That's fine. Across the middle here in case there's any missing that just can't see. Does look fine. We'll do the actual combining, balancing, whatever when we come and place the station in. Might need a bit more belt to achieve that. So yeah, we just need grenades. Everything else we can kind of dump back off at home, I guess. Not that we're not short on inventory space, so it's fine. Oh. Back up and go right. There we go. Forward and left. There we go. It's trying to run me off the tracks. Here we are, back at home. Yeah, we can drop off drills. We know we don't need them. I'll hold that other stuff for now. We'll put the cliff explosives with the other ones. We're going to need a decider combinator. Bit more wire. I want just one more stack of belts in case. It'll be fine other than that. Modules are not building quickly, but they are building. Okay, let's put them in here for now. Grab the grenades. I don't know where all that came from, but we destroyed a big rock, didn't we? So that's probably some of that junk came from. Another 135 grenades should finish the job, I think. Expect. Means are moving. It's not across the track yet. Be safe now. Oh, this is a long walk, isn't it? I actually want to drive back, but I destroyed all our coal. Oops. Guess we're walking. So we can cut the corner if we walk. It's going to be in the way. We'll take that one away. Then let's get grenading again. Need to clear quite a lot of this bit out, don't we, for the stop and the actual loading chests. Just a bit more, maybe one more row should be enough. Take these out in case they get in the way of merging. I reckon that will do the job. Oh, apart from that single tree that survived. There. Okay. We're rotated, which means power grid normally doesn't line up. Kind of looks like it does there. Interesting. Ah. If we line the power grid up, it doesn't line the rails up, because that would be there, which is not in line. So, have we already rotated one in this orientation? No. This one's the inverse, which is probably not going to work either. This is the one direction we haven't done yet. So let's just bring the grid over so we can see where poles will belong. And bring the rail over as well so we can see where that will belong. In fact, I want to see the signals as well, like the ideal spacing. So let's copy this whole lot over. That's wrong. That's where it belongs. And there. This is, I imagine, where we'll want the junction to be. So I've been putting those signals there. So the rails will go there, the signals will go there. We'll need to deconstruct all these power poles and move them ever so slightly to the left one square. Can't do that because of where the inserters are. You move it over. Get poles. The lights are wrong. We can get the poles and the rail aligned there. It's very close. Just move the signals ever so slightly. I'm happy with that. Just need to remove all the lights. These signals down here are the ones. So we want to take those ones away. That fits a full train behind it. That fits a full train behind it. That's perfect. Oh no, there's also an issue here. We take those away. The junction's right, and then if it's slightly more than a full train, is fine. Better than less. Recharging a lot of bots. Let's cancel more of the lights that haven't already gone out. Hard to see in the dark where the lights you don't want to build are. Just run across, dismantling them all. Now we need to set up the circuit network a little bit that we do here. We actually want to cancel all that belt as well, don't we? Because we're going to be doing it the other way around. There's that. A few more lights there. It's here. I think we've removed all the wrong lights. Let's put them where they're supposed to be. They should be this whole row down, this one. more on the, yeah, like that. They're all placed in the right places now, so just got to let the robots do their job. Hello there. Lost and found. Oh my god, that took me a minute. Hello, lost and found. Welcome in. Nice to see you here. It's going pretty good, thank you. All right. Apart from the occasional cough, but I'm feeling a little rough in general. But I'm having a lot of fun in Factorio, that's for sure. Almost finished sorting this train station out. We just got to connect a few belts up, and then we'll have all of our materials coming into the base, so we can start really progressing a bit, which would be nice. What do we need to do here? We need to rename the station. This is going to be Stone East 1. What's the goal of this map? Well, the first, or I suppose the most important thing, is I've got 2 achievements to unlock, like Steam achievements. One is to produce 400,000 iron in an hour, which isn't too difficult, but we couldn't do it in the old base, so we've had to rebuild to expand. The other achievement I need is to make 32 million green chips, which is a big number, but it's not difficult to make them. So those are like the 2 things that need working on, but they're not necessarily a priority. I've also just kind of been building. We had a base, it was good, but not big enough. So we've torn it down, and we're now rebuilding bigger. So we're just connecting the stone in now. When that's into the base, we will tear down some temporary production we've got here, and then we'll be rebuilding like a main bus type design with an initial target of just 2 science per second, and that might be it. We'll set up automated rocket launches, 2 science per second, and tick off those 2 achievements. That could be it for this base, depending on what else we feel like after that. I imagine after that I will restart with a modded run, because I'm only playing vanilla to get those achievements. I do also need to play, I guess, 2 more vanilla runs for the achievement to not handcraft and the achievement for launching a rocket in under 8 hours. You've still got 3 to earn. Oh, which 3 are you after then? Are they the same? Oh, the timed ones. Yeah. It's fun. Generally speaking, I play all games, but especially Factorio, very slowly, like on purpose. I'm not in a rush. I don't want to rush. So I'm not surprised that I don't have the one for finishing it in under 8 hours, because I normally wouldn't try. Oh, you need lazy as well. Yeah, but lazy's like you have to do a specific run for it. You can't you're not just going to randomly achieve that in a normal run, so it's not surprising, is it? So this signal, if it turns orange or red, which is to say, oh, yellow or red, sorry, there is either a train in this segment or a train pulling into that segment. It sends a signal up the wires, an A. The decider, when it sees the A, relays the signal to a single green check mark. It's probably unnecessary to have the decider, but I think it's good practice. The single green check mark bounces through all of these wires and signals to the train waiting in the station. Green check mark. We then set up the train in the station, all the trains that run this route. They come to Stone East 1, and when they get a checkmark signal, so when the signal received from the circuit is a checkmark greater than 0, it kicks them out of the station. They go to Stone unloading, and then they stay there until they're completely emptied out, which isn't... We might need to revisit that. Waiting for empty cargo isn't necessarily the best option, because in order to fill 4 blue belts, it needs to unload from all 4 wagons at the same time. It's no good like balancing it later. If it's outputting from 3 only, it's only got 3 full belts. So if the train has, for whatever reason, emptied its first wagon and not the other 3, if you're telling it to wait until empty, it's going to sit there and unload the other 3, and your throughput isn't going to be what it should be. So the ideal signal would be leave when one of your wagons is empty, I guess. I don't suppose that's a vanilla option. Time passing activity, full empty. Item count, no, still not the same thing. So no, so there might be something we can do with the circuits, reading the wagons, or reading the inserters that are grabbing from the wagon and be like, if they're not moving, then kick the train out. Don't know. Empty cargo's working fine for now, and that's because we're not consuming the full throughput, so we don't need the full throughput, but we will likely need to revisit that configuration at some point. I also want to paint these white for Stone. So we just need to... It's a way to do even loading and unloading. Yes. Well, it's balanced at a later point, so this balancer will keep the input down the line even. And these are... If the input is equal, the output is equal. The input is equal until one of these wagons empties. One of them can empty before the others if its line runs faster. So this balancer should prevent the bottom line from drawing out of those chests faster than the top one. They should pull at the same time, but it's not precise. It shouldn't have an issue. The balancer should ensure that it's all good, but it is possible that one side will pull faster than the others if somewhere down the chain something causes that to happen. I wouldn't expect it to. I don't think we're going to have an issue telling it leave when empty. I don't think we'll ever have an issue like that, but it's not the perfect configuration, I don't think. We need the actual belts for here, which... So we want them to run across and... we can just... I'm so used to not being able to flip the blueprints on account of the... what's it called? The train segments. If you've got a blueprint with train segments, you can't flip it. This is probably the best one to grab. We want to flip it and rotate it twice. There we go. That will give us a balanced input onto the 4 wagons. Your time you found that. More complex you make things, the easier it is to mess up. Yeah, absolutely. The more complex you make the system, the more you worry about the things that don't matter. Like, I mean, balancing the lines isn't particularly important, but if you decide, oh, I'm going to worry about balancing it, you give yourself more things to trip up on. Okay, we need to merge the output from down here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. Brilliant. 2 H lines are quite empty. It's relatively empty. Let's 1, 2. These two probably. So this one will run out as it is. We'll merge them and them. These two as well. Didn't bring enough belt. Even after grabbing some more, it wasn't enough. Oops. Need to go back for some. No big deal. I also didn't bring any fuel to actually move this train back. Just grab a few trees and we'll drive it back, I guess. Still need to consider how we're going to get it to behave at the other end. I think just not moduling them should make everything flow fine. We'll give that a go and see what happens. We want both stone and stone bricks, but not in any large quantity. There he is. He can get fueled up properly there now. Make sure there's no trains coming in before yep, that's fine. Just need to grab some more blue belts, head up there and finish off the last of the bit that goes into the loading, whatever you want to call it, the belts. I'm just going to grab a stack of splitters. I don't think we need them right now, but we might at some point soon. So fine, what are we for power? Fine, it's recharging. Let's see when the accumulators cap out, we'll see what our actual power consumption is. I mean, I guess it's that less 189, 91. We're going to add another 60 odd when we put the modules into the smelters. I don't think it's enough. I think we are going to need to expand solar farm even more, or connect some other kind of power, but solar farm is the easy option. We can actually tell this train to go if it's been fueled up. Just grab that wood so it can be using coal like it should be. Yeah, you go. Let me build the other train here. So you're also going to be white for stone. And you're also going to go to Stone East 1 until the circuit kicks you out, and then come unload until empty. Fine. So I'm going to drive this one back up there. And I've just kicked him out by driving in behind him, which is exactly how that's supposed to work. Okay, let's fill in the last of these belts then. Good there at the loading point, so just these ones that join it all together. Should be all good. That's great. That's another mini project completed. Another step on the to-do list ticked off. Let's let the bots come home. Get back in the train and let it take us back to base. Where's the other guy? He's on his way back. Yeah, okay, so we'll just wait for him to get here and make sure that the system, automated, is functioning as intended. Ah, it's not because I didn't enable the automated behaviour. Now it is. Careful when we get out. Okay. Never quite sure which side it's going to kick me out on. No one's inbound, so we'll cross. Good. Okay. So we have connected the coal in, sorted out the chemical plant, connected the stone in. Ooh, hello. That's new. 23,026% of oil. That is almost 10 times the oil we're mining at the moment in just the wrong location. I imagine the solar farm needing to be built over the top of that, perhaps. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, it's not a great location, but no big deal. We're not sure we need more oil yet. Okay, so the next thing to do is to tear down the temporary production systems here and start rebuilding things the way they're supposed to be, bit by bit. We want to make sure we are well stocked on fundamentals before we do that, so that we can rebuild quickly. So power poles and lights, belts, inserters, grenades. I think we're pretty good on all those things. We've got a full chest of belt, which will last quite a while. Let us get some more undergrounds. Don't think the splitter production is still connected. I think we disconnected it. Yeah, which is a bit of a shame. Can I flick this machine back to blue splitters? No, because we're not doing red splitters or anything like that. Fine. Don't need more stack inserters. We got not a whole chest of fast ones. Can we? Yeah, just need to output them and that will flow again. So that's fine, we'll let that run a little. Don't want to tear everything down until we've got the speed modules that we want, which we're very close on. Just as ever, not getting the red chips as fast as we should be. We can try and speed that up, can't we, if we turn these blue. That should improve it up to that point, and then it splits into... I suppose it's yellow, that's no good. Well, that was red. So we'll turn that blue as well. Things, get those level 3 speed modules building quicker. The poles should be fine. Let's stop making... Well, we're not, but let's stop making explosives, yeah. Open that up so it can use up whatever ingredients it's got to make whatever cliff explosives we need. I've not seen a use for explosives that isn't cliff explosives. It's probably military stuff that we're not doing, I guess. Yeah, like explosive rockets, explosive cannon shells, yeah. We don't need in peaceful mode. Let's start tearing down little bits and pieces that we're not using anymore, so concrete's one of them. Grenades for tree clone, yeah. We got, so I've left the inputs on the grenade side, but not on the actual explosive side, so. Oh, it is backlogging up, isn't it? And I would like to balance that precisely, so we want 4 more explosives. Don't really know what the recipe is. It's 1 and 1, so 4 coal, 4 sulfur. Give us exactly the right number to make a full stack, and we won't be left with weird stuff. I say, because I make a mess of it. Should do it. We're going to be left with a bunch of barrels, aren't we? Just, oh, it makes 2 explosives each time. Oops. 3 and 3. Yeah, ideally we'd use all those barrels up. I've not got a second use for them either. We'll just destroy them. That's fine. Whatever. So that's that. Let's put the grenades into a box so they don't just sit on there. Let's move a few bits and pieces as well. We've got our like random storage area over to the east here, so we'll just throw stuff over there again as we gradually tear all this apart. Making good progress today, it's not bad. Been going almost 6 hours now, and we're on like the last thing that I thought we might reach today, so made good progress. Let's throw explosives in there. Do. Why don't we... Things we don't need anymore. Yellow belt, red belt, yellow and red belt accessories. We do want to keep stack inserters. We do want to keep rail and rail accessories. Don't need barrels, random bits of sulfur coal and iron that got scooped up. That's fine. Engines I want to keep. Old poles and substations we don't need. Those chemical plants can live with those chemical plants. Old inserters we definitely don't need. Blue machines we don't need. It would be nice to upgrade them, but I don't think we've got that chain built anymore. Don't need a random filter inserter I built by accident. Those could be useful. Which are level 1 productivity modules. Maybe we'll upgrade them later, I guess. Some old burner equipment, we don't need that. We might use the boilers for more liquefaction, but not for steam engines. Burner drill, burner inserters. We're not going to use stone or steel furnaces anymore, as we've set everything up for electric furnaces. Put those machines in there, keep them safe. Labs and research we want to keep, and that's it. Okay. Wasteful, but there we go. Tidy. Have a lot of rubbish as we dig all this up, aren't we? This stone supply we should stop. Oh, although terrible idea is we need both stone and stone brick. To bring the stone brick in as it should be, and bring the stone from the starting point. 850k, it's probably going to last us the game. We could feed it onto the bus from here, that's fine with me. Quite like to clear the edge ones because we want to run a road up here instead. So why don't we just take them away? That's fine. Let's move all of this. And fill into the edge out of the way. Quite nice to actually mine this up so we're not building over the top of it, but then it's going to take too long, I think, for me to care. It's one thing I like about Dyson Sphere program is there is an option included when you're landfilling to hide the resources. So these definitely don't need blue belts, but we're upgrading them anyway. Just gonna run there. It's 2 away, then it should stay 2 away. And as we lay the bus out, eventually this will go and join it under here. So the rest of the line from there can be cut all the way back. So go grab a bunch of belt, of course, out of the chest that they're in. dispose of these thousands of stone that we're stacking up into our inventory. I just... yeah. Dump it over there. Okay. Pick up a bunch of belt and keep deconstructing things, I guess. I kind of want to cut things at the start, so... well, actually I kind of want some things to be running at the moment, don't we? Let's grab the belt. All of this is no longer required, so let's start with this. From there. But leaving that running, so all of that, and that little bit in there. That can be taken down. This is not the most thrilling part, but I think as we said before, we can't build a nice shiny new base until we tear all this up. We have to get through it. Don't want to remove that actually. This lot can go. And that lot. Sleepy robot, let's let him charge up. Full inventory, okay. Need to clear something out so that I can get, well, let's just use a steel chest. Clear all the junk out. It's harder to destroy is why I prefer to use the wooden ones, but not important. Don't want to destroy those electric furnaces. We don't plan on using any more, like we've built in what I think we're going to... enough for to the end of this playthrough, I think. But I'll keep them safe just in case. That everything... yeah, that is rubbish. That's that lot cleared out, so let's destroy that. And then put these electric furnaces somewhere safe with the other junk that we're storing. Might as well let them build this belt while we walk there. Go. Oh, that splitter should be. Doesn't need to be, but should be. Got any furnaces already in any of these? Yeah, they won't fit, so let's put them all in their own one. There we go. A few drills can join there. Picked up a bunch of chain signals, or perhaps just didn't put them away earlier. They can live in there. It's all good. So we're still making extra belts, making the extra modules. Might be close to time to stop the level 1s. There's probably enough on the belt there to finish off. Probably not, because it takes quite a few. We'll leave that for a while. Leave that running. 6 hours in, it's a good opportunity for me to take another break while we wait for those things to run. Refill the drink and stretch the legs and everything like that. All those healthy things again. Keep my brain sane. This will probably be the last break, I imagine. Tend to stream 8 hours at maximum, so I'll probably come back from this break to another 2 hours or a little under that, maybe, depends on how we're feeling. And that'll be it for today. So if you're having fun, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the build, or what have you, please do click the follow button, and then you'll see when we're live again in the future. I do Factorio on this save twice a week, up to 8 hours each time, and then I stream 6 days a week in general, so playing other games like Anno 1800 at the moment, City Skylines, games about building stuff. So if you're into that, there could be some stuff you enjoy here. Click the follow and check us out in the future as well. It's always appreciated. Always be 2 or 3 minutes again to do a few little chores, and then we'll carry on tearing down and rebuilding stuff around here. I will see you shortly. Hello there, I'm back from my break again. Leg's still a bit sleepy, but that tends to happen around this time anyway. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with them. We'll carry on. Let's actually what I think I will do is grab the speed modules we've got and see how close we are to filling everything in. And then we'll know how much longer we need to run them on for. Can I? Yeah, control click from here, good. Ah, don't even need to click, I can just drag. Can I make the robots do it? No, copy paste doesn't put the modules in. I see that number dropping and I've got this big worry that I may have counted the numbers based on one per machine. No, shift paste neither. Doesn't do it. If they're not there and you do it, then they take the modules in. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought there was a way too. And shift paste makes a lot of sense. Like forcing the modules onto them. Considering they do it if it's not there in the first place. It's a bit weird. Oh well. We just have to run up and down a couple of times. We definitely do not have enough. So I definitely counted wrong. Yes, I don't know. I must have counted based on putting 1 into every machine, not 2 into every machine. So we've run out a little over halfway through everything that we want to do. Might still do the stone bricks. Completely unnecessary, but might do it anyway. So yeah, we definitely need like that many more. Not that many. That many? No. That many. This is how many we took. So it probably doesn't help that we're no longer getting red circuits. What's caused that? This was supposed to be all good and running. No red because no plastic. No plastic because no petrol. Petrol because I've accidentally deleted something, haven't I? Let's just connect it down here. Definitely my fault. When I tore the concrete production out, I've disconnected the petrol. We can tear this sulfur production out as well because we're not actively using it now. We're making... no, we're not. Grenades don't need it, do they? We're feeding it to the grenades, but they don't need it, so... yeah, we can tear all this out, for sure. Do we need that water? Where is that going? No, we don't need that water. It doesn't go anywhere. So we can tear all that out as well. All of that. pipe that leads to nowhere. Oh, that's the oh, I guess we do need the sulfuric acid. That's used, isn't it? It's used in blue chips. Okay. We're going to need a new sulfuric acid connection then. Which is done in a chemical plant. Yep. Water, sulfur, iron. Water. That's interesting. We're going to want to bus sulfuric acid, aren't we? Are we? Don't think we are. It's only needed for blue chips, so we're just going to want to create sulfuric acid at the blue chip production. So we're going to want to bus water. That's fine. We shall bus water later. Right, we need to reconnect a temporary supply of sulfuric acid. Which we're going to do by... Guess we've got to bring iron over here. We've got some there. So we just need some more chemical plants. We put some into storage, didn't we? So let's go grab them. There's some little bits and pieces every time we walk around, and eventually we'll have our blank slate to work from. Chemical plants there. Let's just grab all of that stuff. Yeah, why not? Definitely do with a bigger inventory. Clear that up because it's not needed there. Just going to temporarily put there's no great spot to do this in. We only need one machine doing it. Put it there, run that belt closer. Just need the water. We've got some here for the sulfur production itself. That's interesting. Not sure I clocked that before. It's used in the sulfur and the sulfuric acid, so it would be kind of easy and tidy to put them together. It's just whether if we use sulfur in anything else, then we want to bus that. No point in busing sulfur and water if all we need is from either is sulfuric acid. What might use either sulfur or water that is not sulfuric acid? Batteries use sulfuric acid. Military would be my guess. They're not using grenades, piercing rounds or walls. No, it's making more sense to me not to bus water and sulfur, but to somehow bring iron plates over to our chemical zone and bus sulfuric acid, because that's used in blue chips and batteries. Then I'd rather bus batteries, I guess. If we're busing batteries, bring iron and copper over to the chemical area. No, that doesn't make sense. I think it makes most sense to bring sulfur and water to the start of the bus. Make the batteries and the blue chips at the start of the bus. And kind of swap them around so the sulfur line can become blue chip line further up the bus, I think. We'll find out when we try and lay that out. Let's bring temporarily the water up here. And actually bring the sulfur up as well. Do want to clear the stuff in my inventory, but shouldn't rely on that. Then we just need to output sulfuric acid to where it was, up at the top. More location. Do the job. Sulfuric acid is building up in that tank over there, so that's all good. Okay, progress. Not doing anything over here now, so all these poles can come out and lights. We can run copper up closer. No, that radar doesn't need to be there. We'll find a more logical layout at a later point. Just want all this coal to feed through so we're not filling our inventory with it. If there's anything we can do to increase the speed of the speed module production. So it's taken like hours of it ticking away in the background while we do other things to make half of what we needed. So, I mean, if it was, then it must have been that I did the maths wrong and got half of them. Could beacon it. We are. Can beacon it. Need to beacon the inputs as well, probably. I don't know, actually. We'll see how much we're making. Although we could just once you start, yeah. Well, if we've not got enough blue chips going in, there's no point in beaconing modules, we need to beacon the blue chips. But then if we beacon the blue chips, we'll need to beacon the red chips to feed them. We'll have a look at what the inbound materials are like. It looks like the red chips are flowing properly currently, how they're supposed to. This line at the top is going to sit here forever because we're not actually using this sulfur, so I'm going to have to fill my inventory with it. So junk to blow up. We just have to make do with whatever grenades we've stored up. Over 1,000, that'll be fine. No problem at all. Okay. There's a lot of movement here. This guy's not moving, he's not got blues. This guy is moving. I've got blues, okay. Blues are all flowing. No. Yeah. Some of the blues are short of greens. Greens are not flowing perfectly, they're not getting the copper right. That's because a couple of machines up here aren't outputting because the belt's full, so let's upgrade to blue. Overkill, but that balance is absolutely unnecessary, but still. That'll improve the movement of that in. This iron in is not good. So what's happening with iron at the moment? It runs along. It's pulled off to make the reds. Grenades have stopped now. Then it's pulled off here, and then it runs into making belts gradually. Let's say we've got enough underground belt, enough regular belt. Keep us going for a while. We can priority left on the output here. Feed more iron into the blue chip production. The other option is to run a second iron line. This red chip line is no longer going anywhere. Let's take that out. Then we can double up this iron line. Don't need to feed it into the first one. We can feed it up here. Then into that splitter. I guess. Why not? It's as good as anywhere. So we've got a full belt going into red chip production and a full belt coming into blue chip production. What looks like a full belt of copper coming in as well. The copper looks good. It's all being processed. Not sure I added the extra copper coil machine when I added the extra green chip machine, but things are flowing. So we've got level 1 chips backed up, level 2 chips moving. These are moving at full speed. Still just that blue chip supply is not enough. They're all moving, so it's no good speed modulating the blue because you need to speed module the green that goes in and the materials that go into that. We had those random productivity modules set on the side, so why don't we go shove a few of them in. Might could even upgrade a few of them. We've got a bunch of chips in our hands. Where are they? There they are. You can work to level 2 ones, I guess. Look, 18 of them. If we go grab a couple of blue chips, we can make a round number of them, if that matters. Huh. Not that we're going to be able to grab any. Oh, we can grab these ones. Lost and found, thank you very much for following the channel. Really appreciate that. It's very helpful. Lovely to have you here this evening. Or whatever time it is for you. Don't know what it is. Evening for me. I make 2 more level 2s and then we'll turn them into level 3s when they're done, I guess. For now we can stick a bunch of the extra level 1s in all of these while we wait for better ones. They're getting the right ratio, so we might as well put productivity into the... Productivity modules can't be used to make modules. Okay. Only on intermediate products, so anything on this page. Fine, I guess. No, still... The supply of blue chips is the thing holding us back, so we can beacon the blue chips. No, because then you need... we can only beacon the blue chips if we also beacon the green chips and the coils that feed into them. Because you can't beacon productivity. We'd only be able to do speed. Speed requires the input to match. But we're dropping speed by 10% with those 2 modules, so we can beacon in 10% of speed safely. Well, I mean, we can beacon in more speed, it just won't run any more than 10% faster because the inputs. We can grab our beacons and see what we do. Just going to leave some chemical plants behind. We don't need to carry that many around. Okay, where will they fit is always a problem, isn't it? So ideally we'd put it like there to cover everything, but you can't, so there would be good to cover, like, yeah, a big cluster of machinery. So if we can move the outputs somewhere else somehow. Problem on the back is we've got the pipe bringing the sulfuric acid in. That can't be put in any other direction with the machine where it is. It's probably the biggest downside of the way I lay things out, is that solid bar behind here. You can put that underground, but it doesn't give you an opportunity to put a grabber in. Inserter, whatever you call it. Use a long-handled. That can be done. We can interlace some undergrounds on the back. Very silly thing to do, but we can do it. Just empty the rubbish that won't help us out of the way. All these red circuits in my hands. Dump some of them. We go under there. No. Under there. We don't really need to interlace. Ah, this one's different on the end. Okay. Well, we still need to go under there. That's fine, but we'll deal with that in a sec. So they can output on this side instead. Then that machine can output there. Which side is that inserter going to... in a second. Not the side I wanted it to. So let's move this out earlier and along. Move the underground up. And there we go. To reconnect that to wherever the blue chips were going. That's this one, right? Yep. So that frees up a gap on the front that fits a beacon in. Just one, but you know. Can fit another beacon there. It means when I get all four of those machines, it's just these four on the end that are not reached by that. So we want to put one there. I see why we've done that. We want to move that up one, move that down one. That does the same thing. That doesn't need to come around the corner as far. That can go under there, split and join. Okay. Okay. Can't put productivity in a beacon. I did know that, but I was still hoping that they'd change the rules. So we want a bunch of speed modules then, I guess. It's going to have 50% speed, so we're actually adding 200% speed to all of these machines. There's no way they're going to get enough input for that. It looks like we randomly put a bunch of productivity in here before. Okay, well let's continue that theme then. We also need to beacon the copper input, which we don't have space to do without moving a bunch of stuff that's not worth moving. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, so they're like input starved, but still it's at the very least it's counteracting the speed penalty from the productivity. Like that's the minimum it's doing. Ideally want 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28 level 3 modules. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? I can make 4. Let's make 4. We should give productivity to these guys as well. Also do the very obvious thing. These are in blue machines, they could be in orange ones. Yellow, whatever colour that machine is. If we've got enough. Level 3 machine can take 4 modules as well. So with the speed bonus covering them, counteract the speed penalty from all 4. Guess they can have some as well, why not? It's just really that the speed on these copper coil makers is lower. Doesn't seem to be an issue. We've got coil flowing faster than they can grab it, which could be where the cap is now. Is they're grabbing with 2 long-handled inserters. Might not be able to grab the coil fast enough. In any case, we have probably significantly increased the blue chip production speed. Is it enough to make a difference here? We can give can we? Yeah, we can give speed bonus to these machines. If they happen to have enough ingredients, they'll go faster. Doesn't seem worth giving it to the other stages, though it should need it for ratio, but we'll leave it to it. I imagine that's kind of the most we can do with the space and the layout we've got. We don't need to be doing more than that. Just want to make as many as we can as quick as we can while we work on other things. So here, for example, let's open that up. These I think we're done with. I think we stop making more belts now. We work with what we've got, and I should hope we would reconstruct blue belt production by the time we need more than what we've got. So that's from that point forward. Random bit of solid fuel on the ground. Okay. Let's make another junk chest then. Swap those into that's all good. I want to swap those level 3 ones that we've just handcrafted into whichever blue chip machine is getting the best supply of materials. I would guess the top one. No. It's not the top one, it's probably the bottom one. Nope. Because no one is getting their coils in fast enough. At the bottom we can fiddle with that, can't we? We can do that and switch that to a fast one. Still not fast enough. Okay. We can... Sure, there's something else we can do, but... Can't quite see it in my mind. Just want some way of getting that closer, really. Get it there. Everything here is kind of in the way of that, so no, I don't think so. No big deal, but we've improved that more than the others, so this one should take productivity module 3s, so 40% productivity, the penalty of 60% speed, but we're providing 200% speed bonus, so not a problem. Junk modules that we're ultimately just going to get in the way, so okay, we're kind of done. Yeah, we're done east of here, so let's strip all this back all the way, except for that chest of junk. And chests that are like full of stuff we need to move probably on their own over to the place where we're keeping things safe. We don't need to make the speed modules before tearing everything down and rebuilding. Like, we can remake the speed modules after we've rebuilt stuff. It's just that they won't really be a priority in the sequence of the bus, so it'll be a long time before we rebuild them. We probably won't need the materials either for a while. It's just going to be nice to finish the smelting area, and the smelting area is supposed to have modules in it, so I kind of want to finish it with modules before we move on to the next stages of the base. Okay, that's all that I can clear out. Let's... we can't really fit any of this in our inventory. Let's empty out some other stuff before we clear this out. Okay, any stack inserters? No. Can... long-handled in there. Fast in there. We shouldn't really be building anything at the moment, so let's empty stuff. Let's go with blue belt there, underground and splitters. Move the explosives, smaller chest. Assembly machines, the chemical plants can have their own, but beacons can come live in a shared one with a rocket silo. Mustn't forget about the roboports. I don't generally build with robots, but I do want to have a roboport supply in our design, so I need to remember that. Got no, nothing else. Let's put offshore in with the chemical. Holes can live there, and pumps, pipes and pumps and tanks can all live there. Find a bit. Radar can go in with the miscellaneous stuff. So yeah, it's mostly like products now that we'll either throw in a machine or destroy because it's near infinite in this world. Steel in there, iron in there. Copper into these. Iron into those. We can throw gears. Probably not. No big deal. Let's flush the lubricant backwards. Not using it. So grab all the splitters. Grab all the belt and the undergrounds. We'll go put them safe. Belt, underground, splitter. Oh, I can't fit all the belt in. Okay, we'll carry the rest. A few pipes that I picked up can go live with their friends. We're going to need a lot of poles. That could be enough to start with. We're building a square power grid over this entire expanse. It's going to be space consuming. It's hard to tell with something so slow whether we are going faster or not, but it's 38 modules there, it's something. Let's tear out grenade production. Actually producing any anymore. Oh, there's a chest of rubbish that I didn't blow up. We can add to it. Fine, let's destroy all that. Got 1,000 grenades, we might as well start clearing these forests out, as it needs doing and will be time consuming. While we're waiting for those modules to go. Ooh. Bit too close to the base. Let's repair pack. Not a military item, not an intermediate. There. Thank you, Mr. Robot. Not a particularly dense forest, so don't know. It was a bit wasteful using grenades to blow up just a few trees at a time. Then again, we've got 1,000. I'm sure that's enough to clear all this out. Nails and grenades is probably also enough to blow myself up with, so I think I should be more careful. One grenade doesn't really seem to do much damage to me. I guess it's got pretty good armour on, so it shouldn't do much damage to me. I guess that's a bit like the trains. If I assume it's safe to run across the track and then get run over, probably shouldn't assume I can survive a grenade hit. Good progress. A few little stragglers to the north here I want to clear out. I won't clear north of the solar farm at this point, but I imagine we will need to at some point. We'll focus on this bit to the west. Clear out these little bits up north, down south, then head west. There's them. Where's the next? There's the little patch. A little one too. The patch slightly west and south. It's Not that lot, I don't think. This lot, yeah. It's very helpful that the screen flashes bright red to warn me. Stood too close. Been thinking of getting coloured lighting in the room. I see a lot of streamers who have great interaction between the game and the lighting behind them. I've started looking at that. I want to get something that Factorio is a common game that's got interaction with that kind of software, so if I hit myself with a grenade then the whole room will light red. That could probably be quite helpful for me. We've got plenty of grenades left, so yeah, we are going to clear this whole space out and probably not have to worry about getting grenades up and running too quick. It'll probably be the military science pack will probably be the last one we do this time round. So we did it quite early last time to unlock a few helpful things, but because we don't need military equipment, and we don't need the infinite military research at all. I mean, we might just ad hoc craft a few things to finish off any non-infinite research and then just not have the military science pack. Use just the grenades ready, maybe just in case we need them for expansion. Night time makes it difficult. Great progress, actually. Cleared out all of it, really. Don't imagine we're going to get much of the bus itself constructed today. Probably just more deconstruction and tidying up. Probably next session we'll be straight into building the bus out. Starting the production up again. It'd be nice to get labs actually functioning again. Okay, none there. There's some around that coal just northeast of it I would like to do to clear the whole box out, and then maybe a single tree right there. Let's hunt him out first. V1. Where is it? South and slightly over. There. It's well hidden among all his tree stumps of his friends. Well, there's another one there. Don't see any more tree dots. Guess as we build out, if we have left any little ones behind, we'll just chop them up. Okay, that's everything that is south of the current tip of our solar farm. Is cleared. Great, let's head back to base. Put those grenades somewhere safe as well. The copper and the iron coming in aren't having a problem. Ooh, we've got a backlog of blue chips, so now the resource limit is on the red ones. I guess that's because the blue ones are grabbing so many more. The issue there is they're not getting their green chips fast enough. They are. Oh, the end isn't. No, they should be getting their green chips a bit faster. Output on the machine isn't perfect, so let's upgrade this to blue. Won't need balancing after that. Maybe it will. No, that's fine. So they're not being delayed by anything. Their inputs are all okay. No, they're not. Why not? Yes, because they've got productivity modules in these. And the last one isn't putting them down, so they need splitters, which we can't do, so let's just upgrade them. That'll fix it. A bit faster at least, might not make a big difference, but it'll be something. We'll be up to 57. We've filled that box in, so let's cut that off. No. Yeah, we're finished with everything up there as well, so yeah, we can cut that off, that's fine. That as well. Won't fit all the poles in, so we'll take what we can to the storage area for now. Come back for the rest. Let's put grenades in with, or next to, grenades next to cliff explosives. Move the boilers down one. Poles, I did start one there. Let's grab that random iron chest and make a junk box. Repair bag, I guess, for wood. Bunch of gears. Keep that there until we filled it in with more junk, because we will no doubt be bringing more over as we tear more down. The last of those poles. Yeah, let's cut this off as well. There and there. Just the inserters there, so we can cut all that. Keep that box, we'll grab that later. after the other stuff. Clear all that out. We needed beyond there. One isn't needed. Old poles there, take all that away. Robots recharge. Good. Can we fit them in? No. Take what we can again and come back. We're getting there slowly. It's just the production of those modules that's running now. Tear everything apart and reclaim the space. It's all fine. There's a few this type of stuff we can put in here. Stack inserters we got somewhere there. It's fine. This random bit of bricks at the front here while we're going past. Chest full of steel. Let's grab it for now and end up destroying it because we've got nowhere to feed it into. Okay. This strut of the red chips is no longer needed. Go and manually feed them into the machines over here that need them. Okay. Got that down by one. I'll grab those 50 and go put them out here. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 6, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36 there, and then 4 36s there. 180 machines. So we need 360 modules. If we don't do the brick ones, which I think I'm settled on not doing, because we're just not going to use that much brick, there's no way. So that's 100, 200, 350, and then an extra 10. But the extra 10 we've got got 4 in here and 4 in there, so let's yeah, that's fine. At that point we'll stop the autofill and we'll use the backlog on the belts to finish off, I guess, or we'll be close and we'll do whatever to finish it off. Okay, so that's it. That's the last of the inserters. Huge chunk of steel in my inventory now, which I don't want, but never mind. What is running? Sulfuric acid for blue chips, plastic for red chips themselves, blue chips themselves. That's it. So the only thing running is the production of the modules that I kind of do want to finish off before we tear it all down and start. Okay, but what we can do is create the spacing on the edge so we know what we're dealing with. Just clear out a few more things from my inventory, then we'll just want some belt and, well, some reinforced concrete would be nice, but we don't have any of that, so just some belt. Let's put the last of those in there. Put those in there and that in there. It's in. Holes is full, okay. Machines. Fine. Bricks in there. Some of the steel. Clear it out. We've got old belt. Let's some of the steel, get rid of the old belt instead. That's that sorted. So this is where it's going to run. I mean, this will be a corner of it. Power grid runs through it. Lighting might be arranged some different fashion. The lights need to be above poles in this area, like so. Yeah, which is fine. And then do we need a gap? Not really, probably not. Like to process things before we start. No, we've got the walkway, so here will be 4 iron, 4 copper, 2 steel, stone, brick and stone, coal, red chip, blue chip, battery, okay, so for science pack 1 we need iron and copper. Iron and copper. Stone, brick, coal, iron, copper, steel. You need sulfur itself for the chemical pack. That's why you bust sulfur. Okay. So plastic, sulfur. Stone, brick, stone, iron, copper, steel, plastic. I didn't write down. I need some way of recording what's going in each of these because otherwise I'm going to forget what they're for. So I don't have one of anything, do I? So there's some way you can, I mean, you can do a blueprint with any symbol. So what if I create a blueprint, change the icon to copper plate and put the blueprint in the chest? It gives me a blank blueprint. It gives me the icon of a blueprint, not the blueprint. Okay. Fine. Here's okay. I can put an iron in, put copper in. That's steel. That's stone brick. I think we've got some being smelted. I'll go grab one. See what else I can grab when I'm over there that might help. Like a plastic and a coal and a... Need a red chip. a brick, a stone, sulfur, plastic, coal. That's all I can grab. Don't know if that was all that we needed. I think so. That is stone brick. That is stone. We can... What sequence they're in, we can change at a later point. We need a coal, a plastic, a sulfur, a blue chip, a red chip. There's something else that I put a belt down for that I've forgotten. Battery. We can make batteries locally to their need. If we bust sulfuric acid, no. If we bust sulfur and water, then we can make the sulfuric acid where it's needed and the battery where it's needed. Because I have shared ingredients, so I don't necessarily need to bust batteries if we make them on demand. The only reason, the only time I would want to belt it like an intermediate product is if you can't produce it in a good ratio locally. So if you're yellow science pack, you're making 2 per second, and to do that you need 3 and 3.47 battery production. I would want to belt the batteries so that the 0.53 can be used in accumulators or whatever else needs batteries. If you can get a good 3 to 2 to 7 ratio in a local chain, I'd rather keep them nearby, like next door. Equally, accumulators aren't really using anything, so wherever we make the yellow science pack, we can make accumulators right next to it, before it or after it, and pull the batteries out for that without needing to put them on the belt. So I'm inclined to not put batteries on the belt. Then we're kind of back to that same thing about sulfuric acid. What is it actually used for? Oh, I did find, didn't I? Sulfur is used in the blue science packs, so sulfur is used in multiple things, and therefore, yeah, makes sense. Kind of think that's it. I think I put that one down to be battery, and I've now talked myself out of it. Think of so what else other than the science packs? The things that we're making are, we need to look at what those require, whether it's something that isn't in the science pack that we might want to belt. So just lubricant, the coloured chips. Iron sticks and gear wheels and stuff I make locally, I prefer. Don't think there is anything. Concrete, refined concrete, yeah, so no, we're not gonna belt the concrete. It's used in refined concrete and in rocket silos, but we're not gonna have like a production cell to make rocket silos. If we want more than one, we'll just craft a special one. Nothing in that section. Any machinery we'll be making that needs anything. So batteries for the accumulators, like we said, we'll make them specially for it. I think this is it. What else we make? Rocket fuel. Don't want to belt rocket fuel because it's only used in one recipe. But to make it, we need light oil. It goes into a rocket part because you can't see that. It's a rocket control module, low density structure, and rocket fuel. I'm gonna make. We're going to make rocket fuel in the chemical zone on the left hand side where there is light oil, and then we need to get it to wherever we're launching rockets. Generally speaking is at the end of the bus, but that doesn't necessarily need to be the case. It's just that rocket control units and low density structures are going to be built using materials off of the bus, so could be something that we use logistic robots to move to where they're needed. Kind of like that idea. I was thinking of using logistics robots to move the science packs from where they're finished on the line to a separate lab area. So we could use logistics robots to move rocket fuel from the chemical area up to wherever we're making rockets. We can, yes, so let's. So we're not going to bus rocket fuel, we're going to fly it. And we're not going to bus light oil, because it's going to be done, the actual production will be done in the chemical area where the light oil already is. Fine. We're not dealing with nuclear in this area, so we don't need those on the bus. And I want to bus the liquids using pumps and pipes, not barreling and unbarreling. I think that's it for solid items. So just liquids. So how are we going to space this out? 4-4. Kind of like that. 2 steel, stone and stone brick. That fits together nicely. Coal, sulfur, plastic fits together nicely. I'm just think we'll put sulfur next to coal, and then plastic on its own. Then yeah, blue chips and red chips over there like that. Okay, and then pipes come next. I can't really put an item in to define what they are, I guess. What do we need? Water, lubricant, sulfuric acid? No. No, we make the sulfuric acid locally was the decision, wasn't it? Because we've got sulfur and water and iron available. So water, lubricant. That it? I think that's it. Everything else is done in the chemical area. Not done at the moment from the looks of things, but what's going on there? It's full of petrol, I think. Yeah, sulfur, plastic, coal. Don't need to bus petrol, light oil, heavy oil. Think they're used for anything. The only concern was rocket fuel, but we will robot it. The outputs we've got coming out at the moment, so the petrol's coming out because it's making the plastic here, but that's going to change to here, which we could do now actually. Lubricant, yeah, water lubricant, sulfuric acid made locally. That being the case, let's separate them. So water on that side, lubricant on that side. We should do the same with these. Can leave a gap. One further. Doesn't seem like much, really. But there you go. Road goes there to run up. Could put a road between the liquid and the solid. Nah, we'll leave that like that. I want to grab those two robo ports to look at coverage areas. We need to make a bunch of robo ports actually. I haven't thought of that. Well, we can make them later. We just need to know where they're going to live. That's the key. So I would be essentially a gap for a road to walk up, robo port, maybe another road. Robo ports. Or 4x4 building. That's kind of perfect. It fits in the centre of one of our power blocks. These are going to have a corner here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the 2 roads and everything in between on the bus. It really looks kind of small, but that might just be me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's where like the corner is. North of there it's going to be in a straight line heading north, and west of there it's going to be in a straight line heading east. That's the road. So the road. Oh, wait. Yeah, so we need one more row. That is where the Roboport would live in my mind. The road will be east from here and south from here, and north from here, but not west of here. Could put another road in after the Roboport, and then production begins, the production machines are lined up and whatever. So the coverage on that, the construction area is the bigger one, the supply area is the smaller one. That is not big. Not big at all. They can link at that point, which is 6 between them, which is what our bus is. It needs a straight line to take things to where the lab is, which might mean jumping over the bus, below the bus. So we need a roboport on the other edge as well. Shouldn't need it further than this. So the machines will run out to the west direction, making stuff. Whatever they're making, if it's like a science pack, that's going to run back east up to the edge of the bus into a logistics chest. So it doesn't need to cover all the way across to the west. Just needs to have a collection point. Though I think robots might do silly things like cut a corner and run out of power. Not sure. We might have to be careful with how we do it, because I was imagining the roboports going north-south to cover the bus, but also east-west along the bottom to connect to where I imagine our rocket fuel being created. And I was kind of looking at our lab being here, but if we leave the stone connected, then the lab will need to go somewhere else. But we can't have roboport coverage absolutely everywhere. The coverage isn't big enough for that to be worth it. They'll just get in the way. Or not necessarily. I mean, it will just spread the base out in a northerly direction. We'll go much further north because we're leaving a roboport run every 6 gaps. You can't build the machine on the 2 that the roboport's in the middle of, so you only get 4 poles to build in line with, which is not enough for some of the stuff that we're creating. So I think we double up either side of the bus. So see, we're just gonna, the roboport will go there. We'll shift the bus over 1 cell, and the walkways will be either side of the roboports, not inside them, just outside of them. This is going to change things though. So if this one goes in the middle of this block, then it's spaced like that. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, another roboport there and there. Yeah, that's fine. Covers the bus and allows you to continue the roboport chain to the east or the south, neither of which are particularly. But yeah, we'll continue the grid west along the bottom, so we'll have some coverage over the far west there to do something. Maybe the lab will go there. It is worth considering, like, the first thing maybe not the first, but one of the early things on the bus will be red and green science packs, which will not extend very far to the west. Even at 2%, even at 10 per second, they would not go very far to the west. So there will be space where this stuff is, no, slightly above that stuff because of the bus. Roughly in this area, there will be a gap, so the lab can go there. Then it makes it kind of silly to put the roboports on the east. Robots will come from the east to head west, but not. Because the other option is to put the lab and the rocket fuel production centre east of the bus before the solar farm, so in between, like where we've put this now basically, and then we'll shift the bus over to the left. To do that, we'd need to know how much space the lab's going to take up, I guess. The rocket fuel will just squish into whatever gap it fits in, I guess. I kind of like that idea. It does mean there'll be less space from the bus to the rail line. But I don't believe anything's going to go that far. I mean, our longest chain at the moment is this row of copper coil producers. That's like... you fit maybe 5 of them across at the moment. We might be then cutting that down to just 4 of them. Which is, it's possible we'll try and build something that size. It might be a target, but probably rare. And we can split it into 2 rows instead of trying to do it in one, which is everything north a ways. It's okay. We've got the ground up there. Weren't planning on tapping that copper or stone anyway. Okay. So that being the case... ideal for me would be if we could fit the lab in this current size for the roboport coverage, and would just not those lights. Don't want to copy those lights. We would move this over to there. Yeah. I would like to have a road between the lab and the bus, which I guess we could take the roboports on the right hand side away. They're not necessary. Just then the roboport on the left will be picking things up as they come out of production, hopping it over to the right hand side where it feeds into the lab. Wouldn't need the bottom ones. Could place it there. I mean, we could place it anywhere at that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably right one. No, because that'll be a road. And then that'll be 6. Roboport to roboport is 8, though, not 6. To road is... then we would have a road on the outside of that roboport as well. So... thinking a lot and frying my brain. Should have done this earlier in the session, not right at the end of it. But again, we're making lots of modules in the meantime while I fry my brain, which is positive. It's a win. Random light I put in just to take that away. There's a road on the left of that roboport. The distance from road to road is 8 in the middle, so I would like 8 in the middle of the lab zone. So cut that lot and move it there. I think. Wish I didn't start taking it away when you give the cut instruction and waited for the paste instruction instead. You have a time limit if you're trying to line something up with itself. Oh, we don't actually want to take that away anyway. So that is road 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Road 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Road. That is a plan that I am happy with. Though, no, that's fine. Yeah, this iron is can still go round the corners and join where it belongs. That's fine. That's no issue. Let's put our little marker boxes back as well, so I can remember between sessions. Ah, I know what I can do. Use a constant combinator. That's going to output lubricant. That's going to output water. Although I can't, there's no visualization for it, but I can mouse over and see what it was. Red chip, blue chip, plastic, sulfur, copper, stone brick, steel, copper and iron. I hope that's everything. Although we got gaps, haven't we? If we need to add something in later because I've messed it up, then I will use the gaps. Okay, that's great. Ah, I was right to highlight that iron. That's where I'm planning on putting a road. Ooh. It would... Having the belt and the lab section the same size is nice and symmetrical, but it would please me more if this road to the heading south lined up with the road heading north. I think. Yeah, I think I'd be happier with that, and then the lab area will be smaller by 2 cells, which is still an even number, so yes. Cut this and move it back 2 spaces to the right. Just lucky I didn't build 10 miles to the north before realising that it didn't line up there. Really do with a bit of reinforced concrete to line those roads where they're going to belong. I forgot. I picked up the 1 brick. We can put some bricks in just for the sake of making it clear where they are. The chests that had items in them, do they put the items back in? Doesn't look like it. No, so I have to redo. Combinator is still giving the signal, but the item needs to be put back in. So that was red chip, blue chip, plastic, sulfur, coal, stone brick, steel, copper, iron. Good. Yeah, let's just go grab... 8 bits of brick, I guess, to space it out. Won't now be a... It won't be a road that comes from the solar farm over. There might be. We need to build the lab zone first before we know where that road would cut across. Probably separating the lab from where we make the rocket fuel. In which case we'll need to bust light oil over just this far. We have a space. If we're only bringing water and lubricant at the moment, we have space to put extra liquids in to sort out rocket fuel at a point where rocket fuel becomes relevant to what we're doing. There's no road coming across yet. There is a road that goes here and a road that goes in line with this one. Right, that's good. That's a plan of attack for getting the bus laid in. We'll do when we've got enough modules sorted out. Should we get there? We're up to 100 already. Just aiming for about 350 it wasn't a little over. I wanted to plug our new plastic in to the temporary stuff, which is not ideal here. Let me move that up. I don't have any. Don't have like the bits to do it with because I've put them all in safekeeping. Let's steal that underground. Use that there. Steal that splitter. Put it there. Do the job for a while. And yeah, let's disconnect all of this. Flush that back down the line. Move that temporary connection. This coal is also unneeded then. A lot of that coal line is actually going to be unneeded. We're going to reorganise that because we don't need to take 4 coal lines out of the chemical area. Most of the coal is being used in the chemical area to make the plastic. But we can then cut another couple of rows off the end here, can't we? Of everything, because we're done with it. Still, no, we're not using lubricant anymore. So we can cut that connection as well. Are we? No, we're not. Cut that there. So we don't need that. Really stripping it back now. Don't need that connection because we don't need that pump. We're still supplying sulfuric acid for the blue chips, so shan't cut that off yet. There, that's all the now defunct temporary lubricant line cut. Making them quite quick. It's 106. It's like a minute or so. Let this robot catch up and get to bed. There we go. out of space for junk. Just do a big dump chest. Coal, steel, keep a little bit of it. Old belts, old inserters, old poles. Run out of space. Okay. That's okay. Let's keep more steel. Get rid of coal and stone instead. That's fine. Blow that up. Okay, good. That's another bit clipped off the end. Still moving, still flowing, still making everything they should be over here. Doesn't look like there's anything we can do to improve. It's worth noting how a full shared blue belt of copper coil and green chips is not enough. Seemingly not enough. Be misjudging that. Might be just about enough for this many red chips. Could have been that we should share the plastic with one of them and the other run free. But this machine isn't outputting properly. It's interesting, is all. I guess it would be best to chunk it up into smaller chunks, so instead of trying that's 8 coil machines supplying on a single line, you'd do 4 to half as many and the other 4 on a separate line to the other half. Yes. Well, we'll find out. We want to make more than that many red chips in the new layout, so we'll have to do it in a way that works. Good, okay, so we've got the layout of how the bus is going to be. We're not actually started producing anything today, but we know how we're going to lay things out when we start, which is great. Do need some radar coverage over here, which is interesting. We can space those out in between roboports or something. No big deal. I might leave the game running like off stream between now and the next stream for a while in order to just get these modules done so that we can progress rather than just sitting around waiting for them in the next stream. You won't miss anything, I promise. That's good. That's gonna be wrap up time for today. So let's put a save in. Done a hell of a lot today, actually. The coal, the stone, all of the chemical stuff, all of the laying things out, tearing stuff down. It's been a very productive session for sure. Thank you very much for joining me for it. Really have appreciated the company, the chatters, the people lurking away as well. You're very welcome. No problem with that here. Please do join us again. You know, if you've had fun tonight, do hit the follow button so you can see when we're live in the future. Check out the YouTube link in the profile to see the older videos, the ones that have expired off Twitch. And you know, I do this because I want you to enjoy watching it. It's okay if you don't. That's acceptable. That's down to personal taste. But if you do, then enjoy it fully, and I really appreciate it. Factorio will be back. Bit of a weird week still because of the season. So Factorio will be back next Sunday, I think is the next
Greetings.
one. Val, thank you very much for that follow. Really appreciate that. Very grateful. Yes, it's a bit of a weird week. Yeah, so Factorio's back next Sunday, 2 PM GMT again. If you want to watch us continue, it'll be with this base. We'll be laying out those production chains off the bus there, hooking everything into that connection, which will be, yeah, great fun. Might come back and check it out. Yeah, if you like square grids of power poles, this is the base for you. I will be back tomorrow at 2 PM GMT again. I'll be playing City Skylines tomorrow. we're actually going to be starting a new city because I'm kind of done with the last one. I have an idea of what I want to do. Going to do a kind of sandbox build, no worrying about the cash. Just going to create an interesting design I've got in my mind. So if you like city building, come hang out with us tomorrow as well. We'll be here 2 p.m. for up to 8 hours like we did today. Really enjoy the streaming, so I'm going to be doing a lot of it, that's for sure. Oh, you love cities as well? Oh, good. Yeah, well, pop by tomorrow and hang out with us a while as well. It'll be good times. You know, if you're free, obviously. I'm not going to... Don't cancel your plans just to hang out with me, but, you know, if you're available, come hang out with us. I think that's it for the upcoming plans. It'll be a busy week with other stuff, but we'll come across that as we go. Now I have the usual problem of wanting to raid into someone, having to deal with the fact that no one's usually on this late at night. Tato, nice getting to see a city start. Yeah, the start's usually quite interesting. I do want to skip the boring bit of the start, which is why I'm going to do it sandbox. But we'll see. I bought some DLC for cities. I caved and bought a couple of the DLCs in the sale, so things will be a little different to the last build. No one I follow is online. Is there anyone in category we could use, or if there's anyone in chat who's got plans to go watch someone else after me, then let us know who it is and we can raid into them. I don't know any of those names. There, I will have one last check of streamer group. I know someone named Asteris. Okay. Asteris. Oh, they're doing Satisfactory. Cool. I think I've spelt it wrong. How is that? T-E-R-I-S. No. Have you spelt it wrong, or have I? Am I crazy because I can't find them? You should be able. It should be safe to link at this point. I make no promises because automod is like that. Okay, I see. No problem. No problem. Yes. Like that. Satisfactory charity stream. How lovely. Good idea. Great. Let's right. Load the raid up and spell it properly. A-E-S-T-R. There, raid is created. Let me know if I spelled that wrong. It's got the right logo. Good. Perfect. We'll go check out them Satisfactory then. That sounds like a good idea. I'm going to enjoy that. A few hours before bed, maybe. One last thank you very much for joining me, of course. Always a good time. Can't wait to do some more streaming and see you guys again. We'll raid in and watch some Satisfactory, and I'll catch you again soon. Thank you very much.